It is time. It is time. Greetings, brothers and sisters from around the world. Pull up a chair. It's time to get down to the business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. Glad to be with you all here again for another edition of the program that laid the foundation upon which all of you MGTOW, red pill, high value posers, black winosphere imposters, and all the rest of them are going to rip off things next week. You'll hear it here tonight. And boy, we got a lot to go over with you here tonight, because I want to talk to you about what makes us different. What makes this different? I don't discuss dating. That's silly to me. It is silly to discuss dating. It is silly to discuss romance. That's not something that I think does any good here. Primarily because when you get to the heart of it, of what people don't really like, let's just be very, very clear. The thing that all these fellas are out here whining about is they are powerless. If you want to know the cure for loneliness, if you want to know the cure for companionship, if you want to know the cure for one-itis, if you want to know the cure for not having what you want, the cure is power. The cure is empowerment. As I instructed and educated Rolla Tomasi about, being an alpha is about power. Not some amorphous idea that being an alpha just means being cool or being desirable. Alpha means power. There is no such thing as a powerless alpha. He has an aspect of power that everyone wants. And so what I discuss are power dynamics. Not the least bit interested in your dating life whatsoever. I am here to educate you about power dynamics. I don't go into the morality of it. I don't go into the religion of it. I don't even really very much go into the ethics of it. I discuss with you about how you can acquire and leverage power for yourself. After that, do with it what you will. Do with it as you will. But I teach you to empower yourself and why it's necessary. And let me give you a living demonstration of exactly what and why that is tonight here. You know, there's a lot of chicks who are finding out the hard way. The fellas, if you really want to know how to empower yourselves right there, you learn to empower yourself. And if a female's not doing what you want, or anybody else for that matter, patience, time is on your side. Remember, time is a man's ally and is a woman's adversary. If you really want to get down to it there, time is a man's ally and a woman's adversary. As the years go on, as a man, you will become more powerful. And as a female, her power is going to drop off precipitously. But are you as a man doing what's necessary to make sure that when you hit your stride, your peak power simply goes off the angle into infinity? That's the hard part. Very easy to say the rest of this stuff. But let me give you a few examples here of what happens when your power is where it needs to be. Fellas, you'll know when your power is where it needs to be. Let me tell you something here that a lot of folks don't understand. Your exes are an excellent gauge of how powerful you really are. Yes, I said it. Your exes are an excellent gauge. Are you sharing this tonight, by the way? Are you sharing this? Make sure you share this. Likes are nice. Go ahead and like it, but be sure to share this as well. Because you're going to hear things here you will not hear anywhere else. Your exes are a wonderful way of gauging if you're empowered or not. Because if you're not sitting up here keeping score, fellas, don't let anybody tell you that you shouldn't be keeping score. You absolutely need to be keeping score. This is how you avoid becoming a legend in your own damn mind, telling yourself you're doing great and whatnot. Nah, if the folks who you've passed by are doing better than you, you're probably the screwed up one. A lot of you are raised by single mamas out here who are struggling to beat the damn band and don't want to be honest about it here. If the people you used to know are doing better than you, then guess what? You're screwed up. Yeah, you sure are. So absolutely, you need to keep score. As a man, you need to keep score. And it's important to do that. And one of the major metrics of keeping score is to find out who is desiring to be in the company of whom. If you are being admired, if you're being hated on, if you're being envied, then guess what? You are the one in the powerful position. As a man, you need to maintain that. Your existence and your value to yourself, forget the rest of the world, your existence and your value to yourself are going to be determined by how powerful you are. It is what it is, and that's it. It is what it is. And let me show you a few examples of that. Recently here, oh hell, did you know? Kind of interesting what happens when a fella gets back on his square. When he gets back on his square and he starts realizing what he really needs to be focusing on, it's kind of interesting some of the things that go by the wayside, and then you realize you ain't missed a damn thing. You start realizing that what you were trying to hold on to and whatnot, you ain't missed a damn thing. So Kim Kardashian was hosting Saturday Night Live, and lo and behold, what are they saying? What were they saying here? Kanye West was in the audience. Now, if you'll all remember this very microphone, and you can go on the community tab here on The Business, and I was saying it the whole damn time, Kim Kardashian is not going to find another alpha. I don't give a damn how Kanye was acting. I don't give a damn how he was wilding out and whatnot. He's not the one losing nothing. It doesn't matter how much money she has, you ain't gonna get another alpha. Kanye isn't losing you, you're losing him. Now, you all remember, I've been saying this forever, while your high value posers were out here saying the opposite, while all of them were out here making themselves look completely ignorant. By the way, don't be a hater because you were listening to the wrong people. Don't start hating now. Just get on the good foot, okay? Get on the right foot. That's all it is. Don't be a hater now. Just get on the right foot. You were listening to the wrong people. They screwed up and got it wrong. Get on the good foot. Don't sit up here and get emotionally attached to folks who led you the wrong way. Well, if you remember, I've been saying it the entire time, Kim is going to come back to Kanye because she ain't going to get another alpha. He is the best. He was the top of the damn food chain. This is it. So all that posturing you're doing and whatnot, yeah, where you going to go? Remember when I did my program, The Woman's Wasteland? I was talking to her. Baby, where you going to go? Where are you going to go? Do you think somebody's going to want to follow up behind Kanye? Where you going to go? If you leave him, where you going? Who you going to get to take you and your 4 kids and give you the exact same lifestyle? Where you going? I said it from the very beginning because I wanted you guys to understand something right there. Kanye woke up way late. He indulged this. I mean, he's a guy who, has a bit of an ego on him, and he was indulging himself far more than he should have. But then he woke up one morning and said, yeah, I don't really need her. I don't really need it. And lo and behold, he's like, I'm cool. They talking about now that she wants to finalize the paperwork. And it's like, she wants a house. They're going to she's going to get one of the houses. Please, this is a nigga who can have 20 or 30 houses. Do you think he's sweating a house? He needs some place for her to sit and raise them kids while he's out here doing what he does. But he's not going to have to worry about all this alimony and all this other nonsense. That's it. You got a woman who's fully papered up. Only thing she can do at this point is leave. That's all you can do is leave. He ain't missing nothing. He had him another chick the very next week. Kim is still trying to figure out what the hell she gonna do. And you know what she decided? Yeah, it ain't a good look. It ain't a good look. I'm not gonna get anybody else to step in and do this. Fellas, what I've been telling you all along, it still holds true. If you focus on you, if you focus on maximizing your efforts, if you focus on maximizing your accomplishments, if you focus on excellence, if you focus on achieving, then the rest of the world will have no choice but to acquiesce to you. They'll have no choice. You don't have to worry about one-itis because you will be spoiled for options. You'll be spoiled for choices. And if you stick with someone, you're doing it from a position of strength and you've chosen to do so. But then you also have to remember that what a woman wants from a man is not the same as what a man wants from a woman. A woman wants attention. And let's just keep it 100% real. You ain't never going to get more attention than you're going to get when you with Kanye West. Where you gonna go? You gonna go marry some B-list actor in Hollywood? Where you going? You gonna go marry some up-and-coming rapper and hope he hits it big? Please, your entire brand, your life revolves around getting attention. That's for the average female. Females are composed of vanity and makeup, and you're not gonna get more attention. Females live on attention. They thrive on attention. They are weaned on attention, and you're not going to get more than you're going to get with this guy right here. Fellas, this is why I'm telling you, when you peek yourself out, that's it. She's going to have to try to do, she can successfully leave you if she's got a better option. You see, Rollo Tomasi literally sat there and said that he doesn't know what to teach you other than to say, well, females practice hypergamy, but it's a praxology, so I don't know what to tell you how to do next. So he can tell you females have hypergamy, but he cannot tell you how to use it to your advantage. Even when outright directly asked, he didn't know. He literally said, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not here to tell you what to do with it. And I'm telling you all right now, you young fellas out here and you old fellas out here, y'all listen to clowns on the internet sitting up here spouting their mouths off forever. And then when you break them down and you confront them and pin them down and say, okay, what can I do? Well, what you just told me, they tell you, I don't know what to tell you. Well, guess what? I'm here to tell you what to do. Use it to your advantage. If you understand that females practice hypergamy, then you should never lose a battle. You should never lose a single one. And as a man, the reason why you all are listening to all these videos from all these so-called internet gurus is because you're looking for somebody who's going to give you the answers for how you can use it to your advantage. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for someone who can tell you how to use it to your advantage. Well, I'm here to instruct you on how to use it to your advantage, but you've got to be able to see the signs. So first and foremost, you must be this is the number one reason why you have to bring the lion's share to the table. And you don't just bring it to the table, you are the table. She has to come and sit down at you. This is why the power has to be on your side, because as a man, you can't function without it. A woman is looking for someone to submit to. As a man, you cannot respect yourself if you are not someone that she can and must submit to. You can't live with yourself. She can't respect you, and you can't respect yourself. That is why it has to be on your side of the table. All the chips have to be on your side. You have to be the one who calls the hands. You have to be the one who improves her life. That is why a 50-50 mindset doesn't work for you. As a man, a 50-50 mindset won't work for you, because if it's 50-50, that means you are both equally strong. That's what you tell yourself, that we're both equally strong. Wrong. You are both equally weak. And as a man, if you are equally weak, you're already dominated. You cannot be in a situation where you and she are equals. Because as a man, if you and she are equals, then guess what? You've been defeated. There has to be a clear, stark contrast between the two of you. Therefore, otherwise she cannot respect you and you cannot respect yourself. Don't worry. Don't wait for Rollo and the Black Winosphere to articulate it the way I just did. Fellas, there's a reason why when you go somewhere, what you do is you make it very clear to her, you're the one who doesn't need her. She's the one who will be upgraded by you. You will be the one in charge of all upgrading. That her value is going to be dependent upon you. Remember, the most important decision that the woman is going to make is the quality of the man she chooses. So, but understand, when I say choose, I mean prefers to be with. Because she's not supposed to be choosing you. You are supposed to be blessing her with the allowing her to be in your presence. Well, guess what? If you have nothing to offer, you ain't got nothing to allow and nothing to bless with. Too many legends in their own minds. Put down the damn Xbox controller, drop the stupid anime, get your chips up and get your life together. So that you don't sit up here dealing with people from a position of weakness. 30 and 40-year-old males out here acting like adolescent boys because you are dealing with people from a position of powerlessness. Notice I didn't say women. I said people. I said people. So here you are when all of y'all were talking about, oh, she's getting divorced and this, that, and the other. And I was telling you the whole time, she's not going to clean him out. She's not going to get a bunch of alimony. And as a matter of fact, she's going to be trying to figure out how to get back with him. What do you know? This is the strangest damn divorce you ever saw now, isn't it? They're supposedly getting divorced. You know why? Because Kanye's like, I'll be damned. The pressure is off of me. The burden is off of my shoulders. Tell me what Kanye is going to get from her now that he would have to marry her to get, which is what I was telling you all this whole time. Remember, I mentioned this before. Tell me one thing that Kanye was getting from her married that he couldn't get from her refusing to marry her. And it's only after she got him down the altar that he realized, I'll be damned, there's not really anything that she can, there's nothing I'm getting from her married that I couldn't get from her without marrying her. So why am I complicating matters? And what do you all know? Kanye is getting everything from Kim. Being divorced from her, or at least soon to be divorced, he's getting everything that he was getting married. As a matter of fact, he's getting more because now he's got the option of sleeping with her and other people, and he ain't got to tiptoe around or answer to nobody or leak any scandals or anything. He's got unlimited access to unlimited women, and he's still got her if he wants to go back there and go entertain himself in her company. He's got the sweet spot. If you wanted to know what it was like to be married to Kim Kardashian, okay, you've gone ahead and been there, done that, got the t-shirt. But now he's got all the benefits and few of the liabilities, which was everything I was saying the entire time. Fellas, you have to understand, I want you to understand what it's like when you have power on your side and what it really looks like. Power means having options, and options doesn't mean just going off and doing something. Options means everybody's sitting there bowing and nodding their heads. Because you are the one who is determining for them and dictating the terms of the discussion. And remember, I said this the entire time. I said the whole time how this was going to go. It was very obvious. And take a look at Kanye is happy about it. He's cool. Everything is fine now. Everything is Swayze. He's got that burden off of his shoulder. He doesn't have to worry about her sexual past anymore. And he's already established that he's the top of the food chain. He has conquered Mount Kardashian. He has conquered Mount Kardashian. He doesn't have to prove anything else at this point. That's it. She's the one trying to figure out how to get back with him now. She's the one trying to figure out how to get there. Which is what I was saying the whole time. She left. She went out here on the dating market to go see, well, don't worry, I can pull me another one, and found out ain't another Kanye coming. Not another one. You already maxed out your credit card. You already got the maximum amount that you qualified for on that mortgage. And so now she's just like, hey, Kanye, if you don't want a wife, do you need a girlfriend? Do you need a side chick? Do you need a jump off? What do you need, sir? I can fill in. I can't be Miss all the time. Fine, I'll be Miss anytime. And there she is. If he wants to pick up the phone, she there. And if he doesn't, she's still gonna be there. You know why? Because she ain't got no other options. Let's be very, very clear. If Kanye call, I don't care if she in bed with another dude, she gonna shove his ass out and say, get the hell out, Kanye coming over. Get out of here before I bust you over the head with one of these makeup kits. Get out. Kanye's coming over. Instead of people sitting up here telling you all about female nature and telling you about it, why in the world haven't they been informing you about how to use it to your advantage? I've never tried to tell you how to fight it. I've told you understand what it is, and here's how you operate and move. Oh, I'm sorry. These guys must be posers on the internet who don't actually know anything. Well, for those of you who would actually like to improve your lives and just not sit around with a bunch of other dudes like some male same-sex sauna where you all sit around comforting each other in your loneliness and failure. If you want somebody who's actually going to tell you what to do with this stuff, go ahead and open up your ears. and will tell you what to do. But recognize the signs when you see it. Fellas, first and foremost, the sign is the female is asking to be in your company, not just asking, demanding to be in your company. What the hell does Kanye get from her being on Saturday Night Live? Not a damn thing. He doesn't need more attention. Remember, in his song Power, FSNL and the whole cast tell him Yeezy said they can kiss my whole ass. Oh yeah, I'm throwing bars at you. Kanye wrote a whole damn song about Saturday Night Live. Go listen to the song Power. Second stanza is a stanza, not a verse, people. Second stanza. FSNL and the whole cast. He ain't got to be on Saturday Night Live for nothing, y'all. He ain't got no love for y'all. Kim was the one saying, can you be there? That's why I put the thing on your screen that she consulted with him, wanted his feedback, wanted him to be in attendance. Can you show up for that? She was the one asking him. Fellas, if you want to know the real reason why so many of you sit up here and complain about chicks cheating on you and this, that, and the other, is because you don't make the very most basic confirmation of due diligence. The most basic part of your due diligence is to find out, by the way, is she asking to be in your company, or are you always asking to be in hers? Take a look at your text messages. Did she contact you today, or were you the one who initiated contact? Take a look at your emails. Are you the one, is she the one initiating contact to you, or are you initiating contact to her? Take a look at your phone records. Is she the one initiating contact calling you, or are you the one initiating contact calling her? And the truth of the matter is, most of you fellas out here today, you're the hoes. Just gotta tell it to you like it is. You're the ones initiating contact. So guess what? You're the groupie, and she's the star, and she's treating you like a fan. Well, if you don't have very much to admire and don't have anything to accomplish and nothing to offer, then guess what? You're the subordinate. As I said, if you're both equals as a man, if you and her are equals, you're losing. You must clearly be in the dominant position. You must clearly be. Otherwise, she can't respect you. And if she doesn't respect you, she damn sure doesn't admire you or desire to be in your company. You're just there until something better comes along. And your job is to make it very clear, ain't a damn thing better coming along. And the damn thing better coming along. But you're the one who has to make that outrageously clear. And if you cannot do that, then things are going to go bad for you. And then you're going to end up on the internet. And I don't know why in the world this happened. I don't know why. Can't figure it out. Let me tell you something here, fellas. Don't listen to any clowns sitting up here talking about what they don't need from women and whatnot. Though women are a gauge upon which you determine whether or not what your value is. It's a clear, concrete gauge. Show me a fella that females are not interested in any way, and I'll show you a fella who ain't got nothing going on. And that's just the bottom line. And it's not about chasing women. Women are just a barometer. You're supposed to be attracting female company whether you do anything or not. You are supposed to attract female company whether you do anything or not. Women are always looking for resources and attention and security. If you're a man who doesn't attract any female attention at all, that's because you're a guy who doesn't have anything that attracts attention or security. Certainly no resources. Don't come to me with all the sad sack talk. I'm not here to comfort you in that. I'm not here to comfort weak males sitting around talking about why bumminess is a virtue. You have a bunch of females out here today who are trying to turn slut culture into a virtue. There's a bunch of you dudes out here trying to turn your bumminess into a virtue. Take a look at how great I am in my underachieving. Take a look how great I am in the fact I have nothing to offer and nobody wants anything. You're useless as a male. You are a male eunuch. You're a male eunuch. If you agree with me out there, testify. If you agree with me out there, testify. There needs to be a very clear distinction between you and everybody else, and it is supposed to be very, very clear. You're supposed to be able to sit here and state in no uncertain terms what she's going to lose if she's not in your presence. It must also be clear that you've already got whatever she thinks you're going to lose if she leaves. That's supposed to already be there. That's supposed to already be there. Fellas, let me explain something to you right now. If there is no competition from valuable females, if there is no competition from high-class, valuable females for your genetic legacy, you are worthless. In the chat room, everybody listen to me right now. Hit the likes, hit the share. Let me go ahead and drop the business on you. Hit the likes and hit the share. I'm dropping the business on you. I'm dropping it on you. If women are not, if there is no competition for your genetic legacy, fellas, that's because your genetics are worthless. That's just the bottom line. If you are a guy who claims he has a skill, if there are no employers competing to hire you, that's because your skills are worthless. Your skills are worthless. Well, guess what? If there's no one competing for your genetic legacy, there are no women out there willing to get into fist fights, willing to do harm to another woman or to you over your genetic legacy, then guess what? You're worthless. There's nothing about you that they're interested in. They're not losing anything. As a man, you cannot tell me that you have value when everybody around you is saying we didn't lose nothing because your ass ain't here. So that is why you must keep score. There are too many fellas out here who got an Xbox in one hand and a box of Cheerios in the other hand, sitting on the couch, maybe at their mama's house, their girlfriend's house, their brother's house or whatever, pretending that this is okay. And there's no competition for you. No competition. None. That's something for you to keep in mind. There's no competition. So if you want to know why it is I told you that you need to be able to keep score about these things, that's going to be important. That's going to be important. Just open your eyes and take a look at what it looks like when you are sitting in the position of power. When you've got people competing for your attention. Kanye has actually done a course correction. He's actually done a course correction, and I want you to see how much better things are now. Take a look at how much better things are. Keep that in mind. But there's other folks out here learning because I want you to go ahead and see what the whole thing here looks like. Because a bunch of your posers and all the rest of these clowns in the winosphere don't know what the hell they're talking about here. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen from around the world, will someone tell me who benefits under monogamy? Monogamy presents a position of preeminent power for whom? I want you to think that over for a few moments. Who does the most complaining about monogamy? Females or males? Regardless of what Rollo Tomasi pretends he can teach you about, oh, well, we want to ensure parentage and whatnot. Who does the overwhelming majority of the complaining about monogamy? Who does the overwhelming majority of the demanding of monogamy in a relationship? The men or the females? Who is it who comes to the table saying, okay, before we can talk and engage in anything, we need to discuss monogamy and that is forbidden? Who is it who goes into a relationship constantly saying monogamy has to be demanded? Anything else is forbidden. Okay, well, if we all agree the females 9 times out of 10 are the ones who walk in the door saying, now, before we go anywhere, let's discuss how monogamy is going to be enforced. And then pay attention, posers, winosphere clowns, alpha male wannabes, MGTOW morons. I'm holding class. When you read an article where Will Smith is telling you that, I don't think monogamy between us is something that we really need to be worried about. Folks, since when did the rules change? I'm telling you, the rules ain't never changed. When the man is sitting there telling you, yeah, I'm cool being in a marriage that's not monogamous, Will can go start another family. Jada can't do that. Their children are grown. The only thing that Jada is eligible for now is another August Alsina, another young dope addict, drunk, druggie That's all she is eligible for. She ain't eligible for another alpha. Money don't really matter. Women are used to living in poverty anywhere. Sorry, guys, just say it like it is. Women aren't really used to having a bunch of wealth like that. Will can get out from up under her, go grab him some chick who's 22 years old and start another family. Jada can't do that. So when Will is sitting up here openly after all this mess you done did, he's now openly saying, yeah, you know, I ain't really insisting on that monogamy thing. And then he played it real smooth and he put it off on her, by the way. For those of you who don't understand, he played it real smooth and put it off on her. And said, yeah, you know, about this monogamy thing. And, you know, really that's her. That wasn't really me. That was her. In the article, he says, quote, Jada never believed in conventional marriage. That's Will Smith talking. Jada never believed in conventional marriage. Jada had family members that had an unconventional relationship. Oh, he throwing all her business out there like that. That ain't a good look for her. That's not a good look for her. He's sitting up here dumping it off on her. Oh, well, Jada never believed in conventional marriage. So he's putting it on her. Well, it was her idea. She the one. True, I didn't mess around on her. She came into the marriage and was like this. I did not corrupt her. She was like, it was her mama made her like this. Jada has family members talking about her mammy. So she grew up in a way that was very different than how I grew up. Oh man, folks, don't y'all recognize when somebody is inching your ass toward the door? Let me tell you right here, when a man doesn't care where his woman parks her drawers, what he is saying is, I'm inching you towards the door. People, a man is supposed to take ownership of a female. A man is supposed to be territorial. A man is supposed to be dominant. When that man is like, meh, I don't care who lays up with you. Then what? Then what? Then what? That's the thing for you I want you to remember. When they're backing off of that, and then it's like, okay, you know, what are we supposed to be doing? When a man isn't concerned about that, that's letting you know you are in trouble. You are in trouble. Not supposed to take that long. Not supposed to take that long. You are already in trouble when a man is like, I don't really care where you lay up at. That's it. You're on the way out the door. That's it. You're done. Just understand, that's it. You're done. So just understand when he says that there, that's not for him. That's for her. That's not for him. That's for her, to let her know, oh, understand something. She was the one who did that. So when we finally get done with that, oh boy. Oh boy. I know a bunch of folks didn't recognize that. A bunch of folks didn't recognize that. Well, for folks who have to take responsibility for things, that's what you do understand. Because understand, her career never really jumped off like that. Her career never really jumped off like that. So in that kind of situation there, yeah, all the things that Kim was getting, Jada getting it. Without Will, she doesn't have access to that at all. She doesn't have access to that at all. I want you to understand where the power dynamic is in the relationship. I want you to understand where the power dynamic is. Because in a relationship, it should be very, very clear. So when he sits up here and says the problem is how she was raised and it's different than I was. Yikes, you getting edged towards the door. Something has happened here to make it very clear. Yeah, understand something. You 50 years old now. Folks, what does Will have to lose with a 50-year-old chick? Can we just, for the ladies out there who don't want to face reality, what the hell does he have to lose? What is he gonna lose? Ladies, let's just be totally honest here. What are you going to lose? That's the one thing I want you to think about. That's going to be a hard pill for you to swallow. But ladies, as you get older here, if you are not grateful for what you have and taking care of it, that's not a good look. What does he have to lose in this situation? If she's gone, what does he lose? Other than a troublemaker who couldn't keep a damn mouth shut and couldn't keep a business on the low. What does he lose? A lot of you want to sit up here and pretend that, well, if you get married, that's going to be a lifelong lock on him. That's the problem. No, in the chat room talking about his name. No, she gonna hold on to that. Remember, R. Kelly's ex-wife held on to that name. That's what these chicks are doing today. That's what chicks are doing today. If they can't, if you leave, she has the right to keep the name. She doesn't have to change her name back. So just understand, if she can't find anybody better, then she has no reason to give that name up. Do you really think that Jada Smith is going to go back to being Jada Pinkett? Do you really think that's going to happen? Do you go back to being Jada Pinkett for what? Jada Pinkett was a nobody. Come on now. It's a nobody. She's going to be the one out here at 50 years old. Yes, in the chat room, you got it. With Nicole Murphy syndrome. She's going to be the one with Nicole Murphy syndrome. Folks, a woman's money doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to men, and truth be told, it doesn't matter to her. It doesn't matter to other people. It is the most important decision that she will make is the quality of the man. So just understand, she wants to stay with Will, but she knows that she doesn't really have any leverage anymore. She's too much trouble. So just to be very, very clear, she's just waiting for the day that Will pulls out and is like, yeah, I'm good. She's just waiting for the day that Will pulls out. And when you have your man going around in public, to all the ladies listening to me right now, since when has this ever been a good thing? For your husband to be walking around talking about, we don't have a monogamous marriage. Since when did that become a good thing? When has that ever been a positive? For your man to go around talking about, me and my woman are not in a monogamous marriage. When the hell did that become a plus for a woman? You see, a woman needs monogamy. You know why? Because that is your assurance that the man that you are connected to is going to continue producing. Let's be very, very clear. Everything that Jada Pinkett got is because of Will Smith. If he leaves, the spigot is off. Let's be very, very clear. Even as long as they've been married, unfortunately, her personal net worth is too high. Will can get out from up under that. Here, get this heifer $100 million and send her on her way. You know why? Because the dumb broad gonna blow it in 7 or 8 years. Let's be very, very clear. Men don't spend money like that. Females do. Oh, I got to tell y'all the whole damn thing. Eddie Murphy sat up here and broke off Nicole Murphy tens of millions of dollars. Within 8 years, she was flat ass broke, remember? There's too many of you who get on the internet. You don't know anything about the laws. You don't know anything about relationships. You don't know anything about the history of these people. And so you just sit up here in chat rooms babbling nonsense and making a fool of yourselves. Remember, Nicole Murphy got tens of millions from Eddie Murphy. And then within a few years, she was flat ass broke. which is why she was running up behind Michael Strahan, Antoine Fuqua, and anybody else who would answer the damn phone. Some of y'all talking just need to sit back here with your sippy cups in the high chair and just shut up. You really do. Some of you consider it to be a badge of honor to show how dumb you are. Please get your Gerber's baby bottle, get in the high chair, put on your baby bib, and just shut up and soak up the game. We got to get you out of them toddler pants and get you in the Head Start. You're way behind. If Jada Pinkett, take a look at how reckless she is. Let me tell y'all something. For the dumb, how many of my players out there, you been married to a scandalous, money-grubbing, expensive, gold-digging ass broad? I ain't talking about the ones who was just dating girlfriends. I'm talking about the fellas who was married to one. You was married to a chick. She was bad with money. She was scandalous. Every time you turn around, she had on some expensive ass mess. How many of the fellas listen to me right now? If you listen to this live, hit the like button, hit the shares, and in the chat room, if you one of them fellas, I want you to throw a thumbs up emoji. If you one of them fellas there, you was married to a chick, all she was doing was spending up your damn money, throw up the finger. Let me see it. Understand something. When the past is the best indicator of the future. When you with a chick, one fella pull up a whole hand. He like, oh hell, he must have been married 2 or 3 times. Fellas, y'all know how it is. It doesn't stop. If she was burning through money before she met you, she gonna be burning through it worse after you gone. So understand something. Jada isn't gonna change. If she loses Will, she's still gonna be blowing money fast, BMF all day. She's still gonna be doing it. That's the part that some of you just do not understand because you haven't thought this through. Will is the gravy train. She's a chick who ain't had to work in decades. If Will leaves, she's going to demand to live the same lifestyle. But if Will isn't still feeding the damn beast, then she's going to blow all that money within a few years. Do you think she's going to stop driving Ferraris and Rolls Royces? Do you think she's going to stop wanting a bunch of manservants and a bunch of boys around the house? You think she's going to stop wanting that? You think she's going to want to stop going to Beverly Hills every weekend? You think she's going to stop wanting to have trips to Monaco? You think she's going to want to stop that? No. She's going to want to keep up everything she's doing right now. She ain't gonna want to stop a damn thing. The only difference is you won't have Will there anymore to finance it. So what's gonna happen? The damn money gonna be gone. The kids are grown, so you can't use that hustle to get more money out of him. She's not gonna change. She is not going to change. So just understand, if he gives her $100 million, I'll be damned. Y'all don't think this heifer can't blow $10 million a year? You don't think she can blow 10 mil a year? What the hell? You ain't been paying attention. If you don't think she can blow every dime of $10 million a year. She's going to be doing her red table talk crap. She's going to be sitting up with a bunch of chicks who are still married. And she's going to be trying to keep up pretenses and keep trying to live that lifestyle, burn through all the damn money. You don't have the money. You don't have a husband anymore to replace it. It's just you. If you were really capable of kicking off some major cake like that on your own, you would have already have done it. Will is already talked to his lawyers and is edging his way towards the door. And she gonna get real quiet here now while you sitting up here talking all flip to George Clooney. You gonna get real quiet. She's gonna get real quiet. But folks, just understand something. Since when has it been a good thing for a husband to be telling the world that him and his wife are not in a monogamous relationship? When has that been a good thing for the wife? When has that ever been a good sign for the wife? When your husband is publicly broadcasting to people that, oh, I don't really fool her like that. Monogamy? No, we ain't like that. No, I mean, we married, but she know. Hell, she know, the kids know. I did an interview in People magazine. Since when has that ever been a good sign for a woman? Remember, a woman wants to make sure that your resources and your workhorse abilities will remain with her. A woman does not want monogamy the way that a man thinks about monogamy. A woman doesn't want monogamy. She wants priority. Mic drop. For the fellas who needed it to be articulated to them plainly, a woman doesn't really want monogamy, not the way you think about it. A woman wants priority. That's what a woman wants. That's what she's looking for, is to maintain priority. And when a man starts talking about sending his resources, he starts talking about taking his resources somewhere else. He's not, what she uses the word monogamy, but what she really means is priority. Case in point, remember Wendy Williams? Everything was fine until her damn husband went off and bought the side chick a house and a Ferrari. She's like, oh, hell no. Even if it was mostly her money, it's like, oh, no. We can't even allow the optics of this. A woman knows that a man is done with her when he leverages more of his blood, sweat, and labor for another female. Women understand where a man puts his money, that's where his heart is. Women understand this. Fellas, women know this. They don't sit up here and watch about who you lay up with. She wants to know where you spend your money, because she knows you will get angry at if you sleep with somebody else. She knows, well, you might get angry if she gets mad about it, but she knows you'll kill somebody over your wallet. You'll get mad over sex, but if somebody play with your paper, somebody's liable to die. A woman knows there might be an argument if somebody sleeps with somebody else, but it's gonna definitely be trouble if you play with my paper. So she knows wherever his money goes, that's where he's invested. So she's watching them dollars. Let me see where those go. That's why she wants to know. It doesn't matter how nice of a handbag, how nice of a pair of shoes, how nice of a watch, how nice of a car, how nice of a house. If she finds out you with another chick, she wants to see what the other chick looks like. And lo and behold, woe betide if she takes a look at the other chick and sees a nicer pair of shoes or a nicer handbag. Because you see, as a man, you ain't supposed to really let a woman know how much money you got anyway. I'm discussing power dynamics. Don't give a damn about your dating life. You can go to hell talking about dating. We're talking about power dynamics. A woman wants, understand something, to my fellas out there, you know the damn truth. If your chick sees, if she finds out you've been with another woman, she gonna be upset. If she finds out that other woman has been getting more than her, oh, it's gonna be war. It's going to be war. Fellas in the chat room, throw your hands up if you've been caught in that situation. Go ahead, testify. Let's go ahead and get some confession and get this out on the table so the ladies can understand. How many of the fellas listen to me either live or recorded? I guess y'all can catch up to us later. How many fellas listen to me live right now? Throw your hands up in the chat room. Throw up a hand emoji if that's you. You was with your chick and then she found out the side chick was getting something better than her. Better shoes, better purse, better trip. Lord help you if you bought a car. How many fellas right now, that was you? How many of you got caught? You was telling her everything was okay and you was like, okay, she was buying it, but she messed around and found some evidence. So wait a minute, you've been telling me XYZ. I ain't mad. I'm not happy you slept with her, but how the hell you gonna buy her a Fendi and I'm sitting here with this Coach bag? How the hell you gonna buy me some Michael Kors shoes and she's sitting with some Gucci's? How the hell you gonna do that? Ladies, take a look in the chat room. We got fellas in there talking about silence. Hey, look in the chat room. It is what it is. It is what it is. Ladies, I'm just giving you an opportunity to understand. Fellas is trying to get hip to the game right now. Do we know what y'all are about? Check where his money goes. Check where his money goes. She will be upset if you slept with somebody else, but if your resources have gone somewhere else, then she knows that you don't really fool with her anymore. So guess what? If Will was taking Jada on trips to Monaco, and then next thing you know, you see him with a hot little 25-year-old hanging out in the French Riviera at some $10,000 a night hotel, what does that tell you about Jada? Oh, baby, you might as well go ahead and pack your bags now. Because let me tell you something, ladies, the new chick don't expect as much as the old chick. He can let her have that big ass house with the gatehouse and stuff. What the hell she gonna do with it? Have you all thought about that for a few moments? Oh, it's gonna be a big ass gatehouse and you got servants and stuff. How the hell is she gonna maintain that? It only makes sense if he's there. It doesn't make sense otherwise. It doesn't make sense otherwise. So he can let all of that go. She's the one desperate to hold on to what she got there. And some folks need to understand that. Because you can find yourself in a very difficult bind very, very quickly. And if that happens, man, oh man, it's going to be rough on you. That's all I can say. It's going to be rough on you. Ladies, if you're getting older out here, desperation can set in and you never know. It could go bad for you. I'm just reporting the news. It can go bad for you. Ask your girl J-Lo. Ask your girl J-Lo right now. She trying to get in where she fit in. Remember, I told you all she had Ben Affleck over a decade ago. If she was really loving that man like that, she would have took him up on the offer then. Nothing about his life has changed, including the substance abuse. But there she is on the red carpet here. There she is. And oh, by the way, I want you to take an exercise here. They're talking about Ben Affleck drooling over her. Okay, I want you to take a look at something. You see these pictures? I want you to take a look at that. While she's pretending she's trying to cover up, I want you to take a look at these pictures. They talking about him drooling over her. I want you to take a look at that. Oh, he looked like he already lit. All right, well. But take a look at this picture right here. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Take a look at this picture right here. Now, when you talk about body language, when you talk about nonverbal communication, when you talk about a female responding to a man, take a look at this picture. It has all the cues right there. There you go. Take a look at that picture right there. That picture says everything. It says everything. You tell me by this picture who is trying to appeal to whom? Who is pursuing whom? Who is trying to possess whom? Who is trying to lock down whom? You take a look at that and you tell me who is the most valuable person in this equation. You tell me who is pursuing and who is being pursued. You tell me based on what you're looking at. You take a look at it. In the chat room, you said the last train leaving. You damn right. She like, hey, where you think you going? She's one step more and she's just going to be hanging around his ankle when he tries to walk away. Take a look at it. And by the way, yeah, in the chat room, you got to take a look. He's got one hand in his pocket. He got one hand in his pocket. Take a look. The communication says it all. It says it all. But there's some folks out there who don't get it. And if you want to have an example of body communication, well, some folks are going to say I'm beating up on him. People, I'm not beating up on him, but like I say, the only person who doesn't see what's going on is him. So you take a look at old Russell Wilson. He'll never see this coming. Never saw it coming. Take a look at the body language from his woman. Now, If you notice the difference here, take a look at the body language here, and you take a look at J-Lo. Take a look at what she's doing. When she's close to him, she's eyeball to eyeball. When he's standing by, she's eyeball to eyeball. She's looking up because Ben Affleck is like, what, 6'4", 6'5"? I think he's like 6'4", 6'5". He's a tall dude. Take a look. She gets it. You can see that look in her eyes. She's turning on every feminine wow and every charm she got. It's not accidental. She's turning on everything. She's turning on everything. She's not giving him any reason to doubt or deny. Then you come take a look at this nigga here. No eye contact. No eye contact whatsoever. She ain't looking at him. She's treating him like a damn stalker, like one of the stalker fans. Not treating him like a husband at all. It's just every time you take a look at it, She's treating him like he's a bother, like he's an annoyance. He's treating him like a little brother. Even in public, she has never once gone out of her way to make it look like she desires him. So I want you to see the difference. If a chick ain't desperate, she's getting older, but she ain't desperate. You know why? Because you haven't demonstrated that you're in charge. You haven't demonstrated that you're more valuable, because you're not. Yikes. But it can go many different ways in that regard, because remember, I taught you about this before. Oh, hell. I need to remind you once again. You talk about people with their hand in their pocket or their hand behind their backs. You talk about somebody with their hand in their pocket or their hand behind the man with his hand behind his back or his hand in his pocket. You talking about that? I don't know. Maybe old Ben ain't forgot. By the way, heifer. Yeah, you thought you was going to leave me for Mark Anthony and thought you was going to leave me for A-Rod and whatnot. And, oh, I'm sitting in the driver's seat now. I don't know. Maybe Ben will be smart and be like, oh, no. No, I'm in the driver's seat now. I'm in the driver's seat. I don't know. He might surprise us. But if you want to talk about folks who are like, yeah, I don't really fool with you like that. And take a look at the first picture over here on the left. She's doing the same thing J-Lo doing the same thing. Got her arm around him. She's looking up at him admiringly. And this dude is staring off into damn me space. He's looking clean past the rings of Saturn to Pluto. He looks like he works security at the hotel. He looks like her bodyguard, not her man. It's like, yeah, I don't really fool with you like that. And she just steady trying. She trying. You can just see the progression. In the first picture, she's looking up at him like, yeah, I'm your woman, and lovingly. In the second picture, she's less enthusiastic. In the third picture, she just done gave the hell up. She just like, forget it. We ain't even going to hold. I'm not even going to try to hold your hand. You got your hands behind your back. I'm not even going to try this. That was it. That's when you know, oh hell, last train leaving. Let me snag me a tycoon. Ain't nothing coming. Ain't nothing coming. So if you want to know why it is that some of the chicks out here, as they've gotten older, they're realizing, oh hell, let me call daddy back and let me see if we can patch this up. Let me call daddy Warbucks back. See if we can make something happen. Fellas, they getting desperate out here. It is what it is. It is what it is. And ladies, you understand that. And y'all aren't even celebrities. There's a bunch of you. If you're past the age of 25, yikes. You're probably in trouble. You're past the age of 25, tell me, where's your leverage? Where's your leverage? I've been trying to warn you. It's not a game and it's not a joke. It's not a game and it's not a joke. Oh yeah, I got one more thing to say. Oh, Kim Kardashian. Kanye is looking a lot less crazy now, ain't he? By the way. Yeah, Kanye was all crazy and nutty and you couldn't take it and this, that, and the other, and you didn't like what he was saying and all this old stuff. I bet you that dude is looking a lot less nutty to you now, isn't he? I bet you Kanye looking a whole lot less crazy and his behavior is a whole lot less outlandish. And maybe I bet you got a little bit more motivation now that maybe we could work things out. Unfortunately, I don't think you can convince him to do anything differently now. But by the way, I got a feeling that you see some of his behavior a little bit differently now. Now that you've had to get back out here and try to test the waters and see, we're going to really put you out there and see if you can really find something. No, you said you could find something else. Okay, let's really put you out there and put it to the test. Put it to the test. See if you can make that work. Put it to the test. Put it to the test. You see, the thing is, when you're a fella with something to lose, then you ain't got time to play with folk like that. So when they start saying stuff like that, put them back on the street. We're going to put it to the test. We're going to put it to the test. And as they get older, they get desperate. But I want y'all to understand something, fellas. It's only going to be desperation if she tests the waters and can't do any better. That is why your competition game has got to be airtight. Your competition game has got to be watertight. You have to be a guy who insists that you're going to be at the top of his game no matter what you're doing, and it is constantly improving. If your woman ain't got nothing to lose by the lack of your presence, why should I believe that anybody you do business with would have anything to lose either? Why would I believe that? If you are unable to convince somebody you've been dealing with in that personal way that they got something to lose, why should we believe that about you? Well, I'm doing is just giving you some manhood talk about this. I'm just giving you some manhood talk about exactly how this works. And I could throw up some other people up here. I could throw a few more up here. I could just get totally scandalous about it and throw a few more up here if I wanted to, because there's some other folks out there. This is really an issue that I want you all to think about very, very carefully. There's a bunch of them who didn't know it was going to happen, or at least told themselves it wasn't going to happen. But that's not the way it occurred. They might have told themselves it was going to get better here. Yeah, and then you march your happy ass back out there with all of your arrogance and all of your narcissism and all of your vanity. Well, don't worry, I'm just so great. Remember Vivica Fox? Well, I was thinking I'm still Vivica Fox. Okay, what the hell does that mean? She went from 50 cents to 5 cents. Hell of a downgrade. And been talking about him ever since. Darlene Ortiz, been talking about Ice-T ever since. Amber Rose, been talking about Kanye ever since. Kanye is racking up lovers who are lamenting. He's racking up chicks who wishing they could get back in. You think he's got one-itis? Do you think he's complaining? Do you think he's spoiled for choice? And it's got nothing to do with how much money he has. It has everything to do with how productive he is. Remember, it's relative. The females you dealing with in Fargo don't have access to Kanye. But if you are the most highest producing guy that there is, guess what? You're the king. You're the alpha. It really, really is. It really, really is like that. But then again, you might disagree. Therefore, we'll go ahead and make that available to you. The telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that laid the foundation upon which all of your red pill, MGTOW, high value posers, alpha male frauds, and all other deficient YouTube channels are going to be ripping off things next week. This is the place where they got the game from. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, or Super Chat. Thank you very much for that. My man Andre Hatchett, I see you out there. Mr. Vanterpool, I see you for that there, brother. We're going to keep laying down the game. Definitely GL, you in the house. And my man, Mr. Florival, I see you out there, brother. Thank you very much for your support, and to everyone who has contributed here. If you disagree, you can go ahead and do that. Ladies, if you are, I will also invite the ladies to call up as well. Ladies, if you believe that as time goes on, you ain't desperate to go back, that you actually, I would want to find out about the kind of guy that is. But as y'all are getting older out here, the situation is getting much, much worse. Let's just be very, very clear. The producers are already really 1% of the population, and all of you are trying to dogpile on just that. But how many of you are willing to admit you squandered your opportunities? How many of you are willing to admit you squandered your chances? You squandered your opportunities. How many of you left your alpha at the damn bus station? Figuring, don't worry, there'll be another one. Oh, I can't handle it. I'm so delicate. He's too mean. He's too this. He's too that. He's too hard to deal with. And now you didn't have to deal with a couple of issues on your own. And all of a sudden, you know what? I think we could work things out. How many of you chicks out here, you was playing that game where you were trying to water him down and you were trying to neuter him and you were trying to break him and you were sitting up here acting like, oh, you didn't like this and like that and you're just fragile all the time and you're just always bothered all the time. And then one day, okay, it really was over and now I'll be damned, you rough, rugged, and raw now. All that fragility went out the damn window if he can go somewhere else. Fellas, I want y'all to understand, most of you, I just got to tell like it is. Most of the guys out here today are betas. Most, not some, most. Got to say it. And the younger they are today, the more beta-ized they are. It's really a shame. But most of these fellas out here today are betas. Most of them out here are broken. They really, really are. They really are. Everything is about becoming an overgrown toddler. And because you don't have any leadership abilities, you don't have any leadership characteristics, you don't have anything about your life that is self-directed, you don't have anything in your life that you take pride in and take excellence in and of yourself, man, what's the point? What's the reason? What's the point and what's the reason? And I want you to understand what that's about. I want you to understand what the metric is and how your value is measured. Because there are a bunch of you right now, you are angry and upset and whatnot, but let's just call it like it is. It isn't like your personal situations have elevated. And it hasn't elevated because there's nobody desperate to get back with you. You need to ask yourself a few questions about that. Now, let me be very, very clear about something. Let me be very, very clear about what I'm going to say here. If your chick look a certain way, might be a reason you don't need the phone ringing. I mean, it depends on the quality of the chick now. If she looks a certain way and she's desperate to get back with you, your game might not be that good. So, results may vary. Results may vary. Let's go ahead and take a look at her. Results might vary. There might be a reason she desperate and on the phone and whatnot, but it might not have been so good to begin with, so it really does vary. It really does vary. But eventually in this day and age here, it catches up with you. Eventually it catches up with you, even if nobody's able to understand, is able to explain it to you like that. And you're supposed to have a situation where they're trying to holler at you. That's what you're supposed to have. And if that's not occurring, I'm just here to inform you the game is deficient. The game is deficient. We're living in a day and age right now where a couple of folks in the chat room, a couple of ladies were not happy when I said that. A couple of them were not happy when I said that there. We're talking about when by the time you get in your late 20s. Ladies, I'm just here to tell you right now, you know it. You know full damn well by the time you all hit your late 20s, you already understand the phone calls are already starting to fall off. The attention is already starting to back off. You're already losing options. Females today are in their late 20s with a string of complaints that you usually would only hear from women in their 40s and 50s now. Complaining about what they can't get and what they can't have in their 40s and in their 50s. Now, how is that possible? It is possible because that's the landscape that you're getting into here. So when I talk about old women, yeah, I meant what I said, ladies. I meant what I said. It's not like there's a ton of options in that regard. You got to be honest with yourselves about exactly what that is. You got to be honest with yourselves about exactly what that is and why that is. Let these other folks sit up here and lie to you about it. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. We're going to go ahead and open up the telephone lines here now. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the business. Let me go ahead and get caller from area code 626. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Okay. Hi, my name is Delilah. I'm calling from Denver, Colorado.
Delilah from Denver. What's on your mind?
Well, I agree with everything you've been saying. I'm 30 years old, and I was in an abusive marriage before I separated and reconnected with somebody I met in the past. And so I guess my question to you is, with my scenario or with me trying to navigate making sure that I don't mess up again, how would I go about that kind of thing?
Okay, let me find out here. You say you're 30 years old now?
Yes.
Okay, and you say that you were in an abusive relationship and you were married?
Yes. So I met my ex-husband when I was 19. He was my first boyfriend, and in my past, I haven't had good examples. My dad was very abusive to my mom, and he was put in prison and then kicked out of the state and couldn't come back for us, but he took me and my sister. But when I got a little bit older, he kicked me out and kept my sister, and so I grew up with my mom, and it was like a absentee kind of thing. So, and she dated a lot, and it was something that I didn't want to do. So I never dated until I was 19. And he pretty much reminded me of my dad. And so I stayed thinking that it was normal, and then got to a point where I pretty much lost myself because of the relationship. He was very narcissistic, and I became suicidal. And that's when I decided, like, I can't be in this anymore. But I never wanted to be somebody that, got married and divorced or, that kind of thing. So it's been weird getting back into the dating scene. It's been 2 years since then, but I reconnected with somebody I had known before my ex-husband who I liked, but I was too immature and insecure to pursue it. And so now that we're together, it's been really good, but I just don't want to mess things up.
Okay. Let me find out a couple of things here. Do you have any kids?
I do. I have one. He's 6 years old.
Okay. And how long were you married?
Yeah. We were only married for 2 years, but together for 9 years.
Okay. Well, when did you get married?
We got married 2016. And then separated 2018.
Okay. You got married in 2016, separated 2018. Were you pregnant and did you have the child before you got married?
Yes.
Okay. So you already see there's a problem already.
Yes.
Okay.
I know that, and from watching you, it makes a lot of sense. Like, I went to therapy afterwards, so I understand a lot more of, like, what I was dealing with and why. With getting pregnant, the doctors that told me I couldn't get pregnant, that's not an excuse. It's just I ended up thinking and going along thinking I was going to be infertile without assistance. And so when it happened, it was a surprise and kind of made me feel like, well, now we got to stay together. And that's when we got married.
Well, I can understand that as well. I need a little bit more background information because there's something in particular. There's something specific I would like to know, if that's all right with you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Let me find out here. Do you have Instagram?
I do. I also have Facebook. My Instagram has a lot of business stuff, so you'll have to scroll to get to the pictures, but I can send you the links.
Oh, well, that's quite all right. I've sent you a text message.
Okay.
If you'd be so kind, I'd like for you to go ahead and send me a link to that. You can go ahead and send me a link to your your Facebook and or your Instagram, actually. Either one would be fine.
Okay.
Now, while you're doing that, can I find out here, because you're 30 years old now, you said the two of y'all were together for 9 years, but you met in high school, correct?
Right after high school, when I turned 19.
Okay, well, from then to now, that'd be 11 years, so there's about a 2-year gap in there.
Correct.
Okay, so you two have been split up for 2 years?
Yeah, we were broken up for about 2 years before I met the person I'm seeing now.
Okay. Before you met the person you're with now, between the ages of 18 and 29, how many boyfriends have you had?
I've had 3 serious ones.
All right. Because that was the thing I wanted to take a look at there.
And then in between, I dated like 1 or 2 people. I've never been the person that could just date like that. Because of my history with my dad, I was very, and still am very wary of men. So it's hard for me to be around them often. So it kind of made it to where I wasn't actively pursuing or trying to date anybody. I was just trying to heal.
Okay, well, I can understand that. Now, if I may to be brutally frank, you are biracial?
Yes, so my mom is Black and Native American, and then my dad is Cuban, Creole, Black, and Native American as well.
Okay.
I'm a mutt.
Well, she's definitely mixed. Okay, that's no problem. A lot of that goes on out there where y'all are at. So that's really, I've told people for years, that's really a hotbed for that. So, that's part, but I'm telling the truth. That's par for the course out there. Which is fine. You're in light company. However, I did see a couple of other things. I could not help but notice you've got a generous amount of tattoos. And everything you've said is head on about why that happens. I got them out of, once I left the marriage, that was like the first thing I did within a 3-month period. And I drew all of them up, and I kind of wanted control again. And so now I'm regretting it, especially with the person I'm with now. Right, because the issue,
that's permanent.
Right, because the issue is the manner in which women inflict harm on themselves is usually going to be by marking themselves up. So the way in which women express emotional imbalance is going to be, by putting markings on themselves, by desecrating their bodies and by defacing themselves. So it's only later that it turns out to be like, this ain't cool.
I can even admit, Oh, I was going to say, I can even admit when I got them, I was thinking that, I just want to feel something. And so, but now I look back at it and it's just like, that was really immature.
Right. You felt something.
That's not a good way to handle what
you felt something all right, because here's the thing about it. The thing about it is, when I lay down the things about what it is that a man looks for in a woman, when I talk about those things, I don't just say it because it sounds cute. I didn't make that list because it sounds cute. A man's looking for youth, looks, a clean slate, attitude, and coachability. Because when you got tattoos written all over you, basically your man is looking at your past every single day he looks at you. It's bad enough he's looking at another dude's kid, and you're talking about how much you didn't like that guy. Well, guess what? The miniature version of that dude is running around the house. And then every time he looks at you, even if the kid's not around, every time he looks at you, he's got this constant reminder of where you've been, of your turmoil staring him in the face every day. So I am a big proponent in this day and age. I don't even fool around about this. I'm like, ladies, y'all need to cool it with the Gucci belts. For those of you who went off and got the tattoos, you better go find somebody to help remove them as much as they can be, because tattoo removal is a bit of a misleading label. But I'm going to recommend to all of you, to the extent that you can, get those things removed. To the extent that you can. No man is going to want to be looking at your tacky past, staring him in the face every day, because you might get some nice symbols and some cute little phrases written on you, but those are not things he gave you. So it would be different if the guy you were with, like if the two of you discussed this and that's what you did, that'd be one thing. But you're bringing to him, this is what I mean by baggage. You're bringing bags from a previous relationship and previous experiences and telling him, okay, I want you to be a part of that. So it'd be different if he brought that to you, but he didn't. So that's the reason why you cannot do that. You can't do that. So I'm just going to be straight up with you. I don't know what benefits your job offers, but if tattoo removal is covered by the health insurance, I suggest we get in on that. But I'm just going to tell you, if you really want to do that, that's really the way to go. Now, as you understand, they can really only break them up. You can't really get rid of them 100%. I would recommend highly that you do what you can. Especially for the ones that are visible, like if you're wearing evening wear or something. I'm a big proponent, get rid of those in particular, because that's going to limit what you can wear. And he's automatically going to start making decisions about where he can and cannot, absolutely can't take you based simply upon that. So you don't want that to be in your way. So being a clean slate matters a lot here. However, when did you get your first tattoo?
Let me see. It was like right after the divorce, so early 2018.
Okay, so you're saying you got your first tattoo when you were 27.
Yeah.
So you don't have any tattoos that predate that? Nothing at all? Not this thing on your foot?
No.
None of these predate 2018?
Correct. None of them.
Okay. That is very unusual. That is very unusual. Do tattoos run in your family?
Yeah. No, everybody was surprised. I was not the person that normally acts out this way or reacts this way, but like mentally, when I realized I had to leave the marriage, it was very difficult because I was taught never to do that. And I just wanted my family. I wanted to stay together, but I felt nothing. Like I would come home and I have my kids and I would feel nothing. And so I knew I got to get out of this. And so I left it, but you don't instantly feel good. I felt horrible. I felt like, and he, of course, told me, nobody will ever love you. You know, you're worthless. You know, if you do this, you're breaking up my family. My son's going to know that it's your fault. And then he just dipped out. And so everything kind of fell on me to provide, figure it all out. And, so I wasn't really thinking as clearly as I should have. I was very emotional, and I got like 12 tattoos within a year.
Right. And like I say, first, it would be one thing if you just took a crazy trip to Reno, Nevada or something. But I mean, to start doing tattooing from a family that doesn't have a culture of that or a practice of that, and just out of nowhere, bam, you go off and do that. I understand you're talking about your upbringing and whatnot, and I get that, but I'm just saying, you do understand. I'm glad you went to get therapy about this, because that's a real serious sign when a woman is able to just jump off and go do something very erratic, something very out of character, that's something that's out of her comfort zone. The family didn't make you comfortable doing it. This isn't something that's just in your family and everybody's getting tats like that. So when you go off and do something that is just radically out of character, just understand that's another warning sign. What's the next at 20 to do, and especially do this later in life? What's the next? Okay, slow down, Delilah. Slow down. I'm hosting my program here.
Sorry.
Just understand, for a man, these are huge red flags. What else is she? Because you did this in your late 20s. You ain't a child, okay? You're not a child. 27 years old. That's serious. That's not something for a man to dismiss. Oh, she just had a bad breakup. A bad breakup is sitting in your room with a bucket of Haagen-Dazs and watching reruns of Judge Mathis. Going off and getting 12 a tattoo a month? No, that's not something that that's not something that a man dismisses. So what I'm trying to find out about is your friends. How many of your friends, how many close female acquaintances do you have?
You said how many do what?
How many close female acquaintances do you have?
Oh, not very many now, but at that time I had a lot more. I was doing music, so I did a lot of singing and going to venues.
No, baby, you was clubbing. You was clubbing. You was clubbing.
No,
you was
I
clubbing.
You, not clubbing.
Yeah,
I don't like clubbing.
Yeah.
Clubbing sucks. No, but I would go and do like singing competition. I have some videos of it. I would perform. Or I would do backup for people who performed, because
I'm looking at a couple of your female friends, ma'am. Right now, I'm looking at a couple of your female friends who are tatted up. I'm looking at a couple of them.
I know, that's what I was gonna say. Yes, the influence was from that. When I separated and I was out here alone, I became close to all of the people that were tatting constantly.
There you go.
Constantly.
Now, that was why I was trying to find out, who was it who made you so comfortable doing something so radically out of character? It didn't come from your family. Yeah. So what's happening is you already had connections to people who made you comfortable doing this. Now, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, definitely.
So what I'm saying is just understand those are the people you chose, though. So we cannot sit here and disregard or diminish that. These are the people you chose. And
I know.
we either choose people who are going to...
I will say...
Well, slow down. We're either going to choose people who empower us or people who enable us. And that cannot... Just because someone's enabling you, that's not always a good thing.
I know. I was going to tell you... from reconnecting to the person I'm with now, I've separated. So I've blocked and removed myself from everybody in that group because they weren't helping me. They were a means of escaping my own emotions. I
got to say
I don't have nothing to do with those anymore.
Okay, well, okay.
Heavily
that's okay. That's extra information. I got to say this, though. The guy you're with now, you keep using that phrase, reconnected. Because when you first got on the phone, you said that you were with this fella, the man you married, you were with him since high school, you said. And the way in which you presented it implied that this was the only boyfriend you had in the decade, which is why I went back and said, nah, I know that ain't right from your behavior. And sure enough, he is. And sure enough,
no, it is. He was my first boyfriend.
Okay, he was first.
Okay,
he was
first. Was my first crush.
Okay, Delilah, slow down.
Boyfriend.
Delilah, let's not talk over the host, okay? I'm doing my job over here.
Okay.
I know you think that you're adding things. That's not a good sign, so let's not do that, okay? Second time I've said that.
Okay.
Let's not do that. Because everybody can't hear the both of us. Let's not do that. That's not a good sign.
Yes, sir.
This guy was not your only boyfriend, is my point. The way in which you told that would impress upon a person the idea or give them the impression that this was the only man you had been with for a decade, and that's not true. Neither, and I'm not talking about with the guy you're...
It is true. As weird as that might sound, I had crushes. Everybody did. But I never dated anybody.
Delilah,
I never got to have that experience with this man.
Okay, Delilah, you literally said that you had 3 other boyfriends between the ages of...
After the divorce.
Okay. You literally said you had 3 others. Now, guy...
I can try to tell you.
Delilah, the guy you're with now, you keep using the word reconnected. Why are you reconnecting with him? At what time, at what point were you with this? At what point did you first meet this fella?
I met him right after high school, before my ex-husband. He was in my friend group at the time.
Yeah.
And when they left to college, I was with them. I didn't go to the same college, but I hung out with them often.
He
was my best friend, and I loved hanging out with him. However, I was very inexperienced.
No, you weren't. No.
He had many other girls that were more and not awkward and not like me.
No.
And we never got to be together.
No.
Why are you saying no?
No. Delilah, let me explain to you how it really went down. You just be quiet. I don't want to hear you trying to dispute. I don't want to hear you trying to argue. We all know what the deal is.
Okay.
Everybody, now, the fella that she's with today at the age of 30, this is a guy that she met back when she was 17 or 18. She was with him then, but she got with the fella who she claimed was abusive. So she left this guy, got with the fella that she spent a decade with. He had his hooks in her deep. She had kids with him, stuck with him for a decade. She got married to him. And it wasn't until he decided, yeah, I'm through. Okay, cuts out of according to her, cuts out of the marriage, and then lo and behold, this guy that she's going to try to make it seem like was so unattainable, bam, all of a sudden, just like clockwork, she's able to get this guy back like that. No, he wasn't unattainable, and he wasn't difficult to be with. You didn't want him like that.
No.
You wanted the one that you got with. You wanted the one you got with.
I was super inexperienced, and I've always been super awkward. When I was around him, I didn't understand what girls and boys do like that. I never had sex before my husband. So it was awkward. And he had girls that were experienced. And he dated them.
Okay.
And I got my heart broken.
You said
I didn't be with him then. That's how it felt for me.
So you were so
You're putting words there, but you don't.
Delilah, you were so awkward that you had no problem going from this guy to the fella that you eventually married.
I did have a problem. I had many people tell me I should date this new guy when I was saying I don't think it's right. And I went with it because I didn't have anybody else. I never got to date anybody. I didn't think anybody would want me. And this guy sensed that.
Yeah.
So when we started dating and I started saying, I don't think I want to be with you,
this guy in the friend
he threw
zone.
up gaslighting, manipulation, all of that stuff.
She put this guy in the friend zone.
And I stayed for a long time.
She put this guy in the friend zone.
I freaking had a crush on this guy. I told him I liked him, but he had other options.
She friend zoned him.
That was humiliating for me. I did not.
She friend zoned him, and then what they do after the bad boys have had their run and had their fun, then it's like, ooh, is he still going to answer the phone for me? And he did.
No, because I had talked to him through the whole time as a friend.
Oh, whoa. The plot thickens. So you were in communication with your high school boyfriend
on and off on
for
Facebook?
the entire.
He wasn't my boyfriend.
Okay, Delilah, I'm gonna try this one.
We were friends.
Delilah.
I would say happy birthday.
Okay, Delilah, I'm gonna try this one last time. Okay, I'm gonna try this one last time.
Okay.
Don't talk again while I'm talking. I don't know what meds you're on. I don't know what your therapist does, but you understand the English language perfectly fine. And if you have no impulse control, I'm going to do a little something that will help you for the rest of your life gain some. But I'm going to say this one more time. You've been very, very rude. I have said several times, don't talk over the host while he's talking. And you keep doing that. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm not your dad. I don't know what you might be thinking, but you're being very rude. Do you think you can control yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Because I can talk to you, but ma'am, you are not going to hijack my program and turn this into mental chaos that you're accustomed to. So you're turning it into the tattoos you have on your body, and I'm not going to allow you to do that. So the very next time you do that, things are going to go in a different direction, okay? Because I've asked you several times, and you're a 30-year-old woman. Nobody should have to do that. If you lack impulse control, that's a personal issue. You're in my house now. Get some act right, or act right gonna get you. Last warning. Last warning. Now, as I was saying, you keep trying to dispute it, and you make yourself look worse every time you do it, because the facts are laid bare. You met this guy first, and sure enough, the more we talk to you, drip, 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 more details start coming out that actually confirm everything we already know. So you had a man that you were with for almost a decade, yet you were, quote, keeping in communication with your first boyfriend who you claimed was unattainable in high school. And as I said, very clearly he wasn't unattainable, and very clearly you weren't that awkward, because clearly enough, there was something interesting enough to keep you in contact the entire time. And lo and behold, this guy is in your back pocket. You held him in your back pocket, and as soon as you got divorced, bammo, out comes the card. We see this all the time. You're not special. You're not different. This is very, very common and routine for females. Females are never single. This the lie that they tell other people, so they are not wiser about it. But you all got, they call them orbiters or whatever. I always call them back pocket. You kept this dude in your back pocket until the day that you weren't with this guy married anymore. And so all of a sudden you got somebody readily available, and bam, there it is. Which is exactly what I was saying the whole time, which is congruent with all of your other behavior. Not dogging you out. I'm just simply explaining this is congruent with everything else. This isn't out of character, is what I'm saying. It's not out of character. The tattoos were the culmination of something, but this isn't out of character. You held this cat in your back pocket for a decade. You made sure you stayed in communication. And let me find out one more thing. At what point did the man who would eventually become your husband, at what point did he find out that you were still in communication with your high school ex?
But that's what I was trying to tell you. It's like Facebook communication. It wasn't texting or anything weird. He knew I was saying happy birthday or saying how's your family. And even when we came to the Springs, back to where we were living, his mom, the past boyfriend's mom, I knew her still. So she would ask me to watch her dog. My ex-husband knew, but I'm not a cheater.
Okay, I didn't ask if he knew. I'm asking, how did he feel about that?
He was talking to other people all the time. He cheated on me. So
wow. All right. Do you all know this? I've asked the same question twice. She's not addressing that question. She's deflecting off into other things. Oh, well, I knew him. I knew his mom. I keep asking the same thing here.
He just kind of reacted neutral. He didn't react from it.
No,
he
ma'am.
Just acted neutral.
So you all never had an argument or a fight about this fella?
No. In fact, he was kind of like, he trusted me. So he knew I was hanging out with this fellow's mom. He knew that I would say happy birthday or how are you? How's things going?
Yeah, first of all, it never was an issue. First of all, it's an insult to our intelligence to say that we weren't texting, we were on Facebook. I mean, that's communication. Nobody said anything about texting. It's an insult.
I know, but it wasn't anything like serious. It wasn't like long conversations. It was a message here or there.
And did you all notice that when I said that, she said, well, he was talking to other people. Notice that's the first thing she said. She didn't say, oh, he was okay with this. She said he was talking to other people. It's only later it's, oh, well, he was okay with it. Delilah, that doesn't add up. It doesn't. And furthermore, you claim this guy, how is it this guy is, quote, abusive? So he doesn't have a problem with you talking to your ex, but he's upset about other things. What were the other things you were doing that made him upset? You were stringing up the cat by its tail?
He was upset with me singing or doing art or anything that had to do with not being around him. So if I wanted to go out with friends, if I wanted to go to the movies with somebody else, I could never go without him. If we did go together, he would get mad if I took too long on my makeup, and then he would cancel it on me. If we hung out with family, he would allow them to talk down to me. He was Mexican and Colombian. His family didn't want him to be with a black girl. I constantly had to deal with their comments, and he would get upset that I had to deal with their comments, and I would get upset about it and talk to him. Those are the kind of things.
Okay, so just so we can be clear,
on Facebook.
He was upset about you singing or going to the movies, but he was perfectly fine with you talking. But he was perfectly fine with you talking to your ex and going off on trips to go see your ex's family. That was okay, but singing and doing your makeup was a problem.
We lived in the same state with his family.
Okay, he did not have a problem with you going to go see your ex's, your ex's family, because of course your ex wouldn't be there. Of course, that could never happen. He had no problem with that. It was you singing and doing makeup that upset him, but going to go see your ex wasn't a problem? That doesn't make sense.
He could come with me, so he never had any. I always told him he can always come with me. It wasn't anything to hide.
How often did he go with you?
Anytime, but not always.
Okay,
Sometimes
thank you. Okay, so what you're telling us is that he was okay with you going to go see your ex's family and ostensibly running into your ex. That did not bother him at all. But you singing or going to the movies by yourself, that would upset him.
Yes. Anything that made me feel confident or feel good, he did not like.
So going to go see your ex wouldn't make you feel confident?
In his mind, I was worthless. In his mind, I was worthless.
Going to go see your ex
would want me.
Going to go see your ex would okay. So going to go see your ex's family wouldn't make him feel like that either.
It didn't. He didn't fight with me on. Those aren't the things we fought over. Things we fought over: him arguing with my mom, him getting mad that I wanted to buy something that wasn't included into what he wanted, him getting mad that I was still working and making more than him when he got laid off. Those were things he got mad at. There wasn't an issue because I only saw his family 1 or 2 times a year. It wasn't often. So it wasn't something that we fought all the time over because it was little. And half of our relationship was out of state, so I didn't have nothing to do with him anyway.
Okay, I'm trying to stick with you here, but boy, that's just really, really weird. That would just be so incredibly irrational. She can see her ex, but she can't. She can see her ex by herself, but she can't go to a movie by herself. That's a problem. See the ex, no problem. Going to a movie. I never
called him an ex because we never dated. I called him a friend.
But very clearly that was an issue. Very clearly that wasn't the case. Because as soon as you weren't
I liked him. Yes, back in the day.
Thank you.
I really wanted to date him.
Yeah, there you. Okay, that's not a friend though. Then that's not a friend. Somebody you
never
somebody
dated, so
you
I couldn't call him
okay
anything else.
somebody
I
you
crush,
desire is not a friend. If you got desires for somebody, that's not a friend. That's a prospect. That's not a friend.
You're right. Well, that's why I'm calling you, Jason.
Right.
I know that I'm not right.
Right. What I'm
Okay,
telling
I know that I've messed up.
Right. What I'm telling
That's why I'm calling you.
Right. What I'm telling you here is the first issue I would have with this is I don't see any way on this planet that your man can be okay with you still communicating with an ex.
Because he didn't care about me, Jason. He could care less. He just wanted to have me as a person next to him. He could care less. He could care less about our kid.
Okay.
That's why when we divorced, he dipped.
All right. I'm going to tell you this right now. I can't really assume that because I've only got your word for it. He's not here to defend himself. He's not here to say, wait a minute, here. Okay. But just in all candor, I'm listening to what you're saying and I will go with it as far as I can, but he's not here to defend himself. He's not here to say, hey, he's not here to say, wait a minute, she's telling you XYZ because you're already leaving out stuff with me. So why would I believe for a moment that you're not leaving out stuff about him? So he's not here to defend himself. So I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I'll take it to a certain extent, but I'm going to start off by saying, by the way, there's only so much condemnation in him I can do because he's not here to defend himself. And I know that I know that there were things
I didn't want to talk about him.
And I know there are things you did not tell me that I had to drag out of you. So I'm certain there are things you have not included already. So there's only so much condemnation I can give. I don't know what he did or what he didn't do, but I do know what you've told me. And what I am going to say is the past is the best indicator of the future. And you have a recent track record of having back pocket dudes. And if you held this guy you're with, well, I'm saying, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the fella you're with right now. Bruh, if she held you in her back pocket for a decade, what makes you think that you were the only one in that pocket? And what makes you think the pocket is empty today?
All I can say is that I do want to be with this person. I've wanted to be with him for a long time. And since going to therapy, I've worked on my self-esteem and who I want to be as a person. And I want to be a peak value woman to this person. I go out of my way to make sure that I can be somebody that he can mold and be coachable. I do have issues with interrupting, and I'm sorry. But I'm trying to be that for him because he deserves that. And although I can't be a clean slate like I wish I could be, I want to do good for this moment.
Well, I'm glad
for the rest of our life
I'm
together.
glad to hear that. What I will advise you of is, because I'm not going to step on your therapist. I don't know what progress they've made or haven't made. But what I will tell you is that back pocket game, that you need to retire that. That you don't need any, we don't need any, I was on, that little lie you told before, and let's call it what it is, that little lie you told before about, I wasn't texting, we were just on Facebook. If you don't quit that mess, if you don't stop that garbage, if you are talking to another man for any reason, you know that's out of line, and you know it. Not you think, you know it. Well, these guys sometimes, I just need to be, he just a friend knowing full damn well you are packing your back pocket. And you know it. And that's the reason that no relationship you ever get in can work. Because by definition, how are you going to expect anybody to be all in with you when you are not all in with them? If you are not all in and you put all your chips on them, and this is it. If you got folks in your back pocket, you are not all in, and it is going to show non-verbally. You think you slick, and men can tell. By definition, we have survival instincts. We can tell when somebody is not dealing with us on the level that we're dealing with them. And we're not going to say anything if there's sex involved, but there are certain things we're not going to do. So you're not going to be able to get a guy to commit to you properly as long as that is a practice. He'll give you lip service, but you're not going to get the real thing. So what I'm going to advise you first and foremost, no more back pocket anything. This is the only male you communicate with other than your father. And that is it. Anything else is sabotaging your relationship. And you know it. You're going to self-sabotage because you know what you're doing. You're keeping back pocket dudes, which is your way of not really being in the relationship. Okay, well, don't expect anything good to come of that because it can't. It can't.
I won't do that. And that was the time. I won't do that.
Next thing up here is you are going to have to make sure that you are a clean slate or as clean as you can be. And what that means is starting over. You are, as far as I'm concerned, your friends didn't do you a bunch of good. You need to just focus on him. And I don't mean focus on him in this stalkerish, bird dogging kind of way. That's not what I mean. Because here's the other thing. What do you do for a living?
Okay. Right now I have my own business, so I sell organic beauty products like perfume, candles, lotions.
Okay,
but I was a property manager.
Okay, that's cool and everything. I want to make sure that your time isn't just spent idle, because that's not a good thing. Because if you don't have a life, all you can really do is sit around with your dysfunction. And that's not what you need.
Yeah.
You need to make sure you actually have a life of your own. Because you don't need to be half a person and then get with another half a person. You need to be a whole person getting with another whole person. Imagine two halves of a hand talking about they're going to work together. No, you need to be a whole hand. He's a whole hand, and then the two of you work together. So you're going to have to actually have a life. Yeah. Because I'm noticing that's kind of missing. I don't have a problem with you having friends, but they need to be female, and they need to be some chicks who are about something. Now, I know that's rather challenging where you are, and I get it. The first place to legalize weed is just all throw the hell off now. Which was the whole point, was to screw you younger folk up. So you folks in your 30s and 20s and whatnot, growing up in these places where they legalize weed and stuff like that, it was for the purposes of screwing y'all up. So you make very good employees, but you're not a threat to the overall socioeconomic system. You're not a threat to them because y'all are not focused. So your lives are in disarray and you're narcissized by these drugs and whatnot. So I understand. But what I am going to say is if there's one or two of them, you need that. Because you need that kind of positive reinforcement, not from other men. There's nothing the men can offer you that's worth a damn thing. But you do need some sensible females to be around. Because women, when women are around other women who are doing well, it's kind of like with steel sharpening steel with men. You need some disciplined females around you. Preferably older if you can, if they're a good influence, but that's really something you need to prioritize. Even if they're not in your area, go to Boulder, Colorado Springs, Aspen, Vail. I don't give a damn. But you really need to start, if you're a business person and whatnot, you really need to start associating in circles of married women. Like, for example, I'll give you a good one, for example. Do you have a banker? Okay, you don't. All right. So you're a business owner. Do you have an accountant, a banker, and a lawyer?
Not yet. Okay. I'm at the LLC. I'm still level 1.
I am a big proponent that if a business owner, you're not a business owner until you have a banker, a lawyer, and a CPA. And I recommend that you have some who are females and are married. And those will be very good associates for you to have, so you can see how chicks like that move, and you'll be able to see vast differences. See how they behave as a man's woman compared to how you've been moving. And then you have a role model and something you can model it against, because clearly your mom wasn't up to code. No offense. Mom wasn't up to code, so you need some people that you can model yourself after and say, okay, this is how I'm supposed to be moving if this is the kind of results I want. Yeah. So I'm going to very, very much, that's a very simple thing. You can hire them. They ain't got to know what you're hiring them for, but especially if they're married, that's something big you want to have there involved. You really want to have that. That's a really big thing about that you want to keep in mind, because the influences you have around you, close to you, are not good ones. Now, if you're, as a business owner, you need a banker, you need an accountant, and you need a lawyer. Use this as your opportunity to have some folks that you can actually deal with. That's very important.
Yeah. Okay.
And last but not least, if you're not still in therapy, you should make sure you check in at least every once in a while.
Okay.
Because I don't want you focusing on him, because this is puppy love talk. Well, if I focus on him, everything will be all right. No. That's not the way it works. You need to get yourself together as an independent entity. Then once you're together, because you can't help nobody as a basket case, once you're together, then you can be an asset to his life. But your job isn't to be lovey-dovey and hanging off of him. Your job is to get your act together, be a fully complete person, and then you can be a whole asset to him. That's the part that's missing.
That makes sense.
So that's why I'm saying the rest of these things. Okay. These are all things that focus on improving you and solidifying you. And then once you're solidified, then you can be, an asset to him.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. And I'm sorry for interrupting.
Well, definitely also with that, you're in a great place for plastic surgery and whatnot. You certainly want to take a look at the tattoos. Also, if you want to do something spiritual, walk this backwards.
Okay.
I think that's a very good thing. By the way, you want to feel something, you're going to feel them lasers, let me tell you. But I think you'll also find it to be a rather cathartic thing. And I think that'll be a good example for your son as well, because it's one thing to see mistakes. You've educated him about what not to do. You can also now educate him about how you handle your mistakes, about how a person handles them and how they deal with them. And I think that would be a very excellent way to start things. By the way, how often does he see his father?
As often as we can. It's all on me financially. So I plan trips to California when I can. But he doesn't go out of his way to come see him. He'll call sometimes. So.
Certainly, as long as he's available, as long as that's the situation here, and as long as your son is aware that his father has had every opportunity and access, certainly, and your son should be allowed to ask his father, "When am I going to be seeing you?" And then, that's a good. I'm a firm believer in that. I am not in any way a defender of somebody being a dirtbag. The woman should not be saying anything negative. It's just like, son, you have every access to him.
No.
You can ask him to come see you or you to come see him and listen to what he says.
Yep.
And that's as far as you need to take it. That is as far as you need to take it. But in the meantime.
I did end up getting full custody, though. Just getting that, because when he dipped in with resources I had around, with my daycare and stuff, I was able to prove situations and again get it. But I never talk bad about him to Christian, and I never keep him from seeing him if he wants to.
Well, certainly, like I say, everything else notwithstanding, I don't want you to use relationships as a crutch, and I don't want you to see this guy as a savior or that being in a relationship is the end-all and be-all of your existence, especially if you're not able to handle them properly. So more than anything else, focus on making sure that you are a whole, complete person and that you can deal with life on your own from an emotional standpoint, and that you're not looking for somebody to come shore you up. And then once that's together, then you can be a proper mate to this guy. Because let me tell you, if all you are is a basket case of neediness and a basket case of emotional outbursts and uncontrolled, unresolved emotions, all you'll really do is be too much of a burden to this guy, no matter how hard he tries. And eventually he'll have to bow out simply because he can't carry himself and you too. Because there will be issues that he's not qualified to fix. So I just don't want you to treat him in that manner.
Okay.
If you do that, all things remaining equal, I think that'll be okay. By the way, does he have any kids?
He doesn't, no.
Okay. Ain't that amazing, y'all? They go off and get the kids and they go grab the fella who don't have any. Okay, I'm just...
I know.
Right.
I know in my position, I'm super lucky because I know that this isn't... I don't look at him as I could get... I just told you. It's more like, wow, I really wish that I would have.
Oh, sure you do. Oh, sure you do.
And I have the opportunity now, so
Delilah,
I'm going to treat it as best I can.
The thing is, I got to be honest, even if you're not. Of course you see him that. Of course you're doing that. Of course. It's just like, hey, look, if he don't know no better, let me go grab him. I'm not even hating on it about that right there. I'm just saying, if he's going to sign up, he knows what he's getting. He can see what you're doing. He knows what he's getting. If he keeps walking, I mean, he's a grown man. He can make his own decisions if this is the way he wants to go. But by the way, he knows what he's buying. So, like I say, it's just she didn't want a baby daddies. There's plenty of baby daddies running around out there in Colorado. She didn't want none of them. Let me go find the one who ain't got no kids. Because she's like, I ain't trying to fight with nobody else over there. Let me get all his resources. So I'm like, okay, if he's okay with you doing it, hey, off he goes there. But what I will tell you is if you're too much of a burden, eventually he's going to realize that and be like, yeah, I can do better. So just don't be an emotional basket case and be emotionally needy, because that really kind of comes out. And if there's something you're worried about, that's what you need to be worried about, is being too dependent and too needy, which is why it's very important to get yourself together emotionally so that you're not coming across that way.
Yeah.
Other than that, I wish you the best on that. And by all means, check back with me. I'd like to hear how things go.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. Yeah, like I say, boy, she played it smooth. She kept him in the back pocket for 10 years. She strung him along. Hey, you still there? 2012, you still there? 2014, hey, baby, you still there? Oh, yeah, I'm in your neck of the woods. You still there? All right. They come back around. You know, like I say, they come back around. He had the opportunity. He had every opportunity. They come back around. Let me get caller from area code 212. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Jason. I'm Nikki from Brooklyn. How are you?
Vicky from Brooklyn. What's on your mind?
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you for being honest. I think you're the only YouTuber right now who's really being honest about women, basically how we need to cash out while we're young and not wait and wait and wait. Because pretty much everywhere else, I'll either hear that we have till we're 35 plus to get married, or people basically just copying what you're saying. And so I really appreciate that you tell the truth.
Well, let me find out here. How common are you finding this now, especially in that New York area there? So, I mean, you're in Brooklyn. How common the situation are you finding this today with females in their 30s trying to get back with their exes?
Honestly, most of what I see is exactly what this call was. Women pretty much, and I mean, I've been guilty of this as well, keeping men on the back burner, breaking up with them, but never really actually completely distancing themselves from, permanently cutting everything off. They're always, the guy is always available on like social media, which is why a lot of us have social media. We can, we never really cut that person off. So I do see that a lot as far as keeping men on the back burner.
And that's a real issue as far as I can see there. And there's a lot of guys here, like I say, some of the cornballs out here, Donovan Dole and other nitwits, talking about, your woman needs to give up social media. And I'm like, dude, if your woman your woman gets sexually approached in the line at Kroger's, okay? I mean, she doesn't need social media to get nails. I mean, the UPS driver is trying to push up, dude. Give me a damn break. If your woman works at a job that has more than 5 employees, she's been propositioned for sex at least twice today. So tell yourself whatever you want to about. She doesn't need Facebook. Women have plenty of sexual access before Facebook. It's men who that really blew up the options for. Women just had more than they already had. So certainly that's not giving her something she didn't already have there before. However, the real problem is it really plays upon some of the darker urges because it creates like a culture of it now. It used to be there was just this one slutty broad who would do things like that. Now it's like a culture of it and whatnot. And what it's done is it's created a situation where the females as a group are not fit for marriage because as a woman, what they're doing is they're discounting nonverbal communication. As if men are just dumb lemmings and whatnot, and that if you just say something, they'll believe it. And there are some who are like that. But as a group, men are looking for nonverbal communication, and he can tell when you ain't really feeling him like that. He can tell when there's another guy that, you reacted differently with. He can tell that. He can see that just like you could. So when you're not all in, you're creating a situation where you've undermined any real faith that a guy has in you to begin with. That's just the way it is. And especially like where you're from up there and whatnot, folks are just naturally suspicious on the damn subway. So what makes you think you're going to be with a guy who's not going to pick up these nonverbal cues, from the very beginning that you're not really all in that regard. And then once you get in your 30s and stuff, like I say, time. I see so many females out here are wasting time in that regard, because the real problem is when you're talking about, keeping guys in your back pocket and you got orbiters and things like that. The real thing there is that what the women are trying to do is say, okay, let me have my cake and eat it too. And it's like, no, damn that. Go ahead and eat the damn cake. Damn trying to have it. Go ahead and get the damn cake. Just if there's nothing else. I talk to females all the time from the New York area, Atlanta, Miami, Dallas. And the biggest issue that I have, and you could tell me what you think about this as a female in your 30s there, the biggest issue I have is communicating to them that they are not nearly the type of wife material or solid feminine womanhood material that they tell themselves they are. Do you see that also?
Well, I can tell you that, yes, I've rarely run into a feminine woman in this area. Rarely. When I do meet them, and I don't mean to sound classist, but it's the truth, I have to just speak from my personal experience, they're usually upper middle class, upper class. For some reason, and I'm not sophisticated in socioeconomics at the working class level, even to some extent at the middle class level, especially our women. I don't know. We're just, a lot of us, and I can even speak for myself to some extent, are really rough around the edges and are not taught to be. We're not taught to be wives. I can tell you, my mother wanted me to get married, but she didn't teach me how to be a wife. I never got married, and I'm not blaming my mother, but I'm just telling it as it is.
I think that's a very poignant point there as well, especially in the most populous city in America. That's basically an endemic thing at this point, generation after generation, where there are no senior female mentors that you all can even talk to. Like, I'm in my mid-40s, and those of you in your 30s, y'all don't have any females older than you that you can get to mentor you not, as a rule, not by and large. You might have one chick you can find way over there, but it's like with the previous caller, I couldn't tell her what, in the old days, what you used to be able to say was go to the church. We used to be able to say, we need to get that young woman in church. We used to be able to say that. We can't say that anymore. All the hoes in church now, the old hoes. All the old hoes are in church now. So I wasn't about to tell her to go there. Them broads can't teach you a damn thing. So I couldn't say that.
No, I stopped going to church years ago because it was, I don't know what the opposite of a sausage fest is, but whatever, a female fest, I don't know what you would call that. But it was just a bunch of older women, and I realized it's a giant harem.
It's a bunch of old hens. It's a bunch of old hens sitting around, and basically it's a bunch of baby mamas, a bunch of baby mamas, and a bunch of old chicks who's post menopause, and that's it. So the ones who are not menopausal are getting run through, and the ones who are not getting run through are past menopause. It's because they just can't do it no more. It's true. And that's not an environment,
Jason, I can tell you,
all of them have failed. None of them have been able to succeed in getting anybody to want to put his neck out on the line for them. So the only thing they're qualified to do is to teach you how to be a failure along with them.
It's true. And I love my mother, but her marriage lasted 6 months. She never married, she never remarried.
Slow down. Your mother was married for 6 months.
Legally, they stayed married legally on paper. But
for decades.
Together for 6 months.
Yeah. She spent more time pregnant than she did basically with the man. So
literally,
it just what has she got to teach you?
Her, but
you ain't talking down. It's just that's math. Math isn't talking down on her. It's not. Mom is not. It's not disparaging mom. It's math.
My grandmother on both sides. So my grandmother on both sides never saw a husband. There was no man there. So there's multiple generations where I did not see my direct bloodline of women being wives.
Where are your people from?
Learn how to be a wife. I'm sorry?
Where are your people from?
They are from the Caribbean.
There you go.
They're West Indian.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Matriarchy. Yeah.
I mean, well, let's just keep it real in that regard there, because like I say, I'm not talking out of school here. I mean, I've been to New York many times. I got many friends up there in New York. You know how it is, but I know the get down. The Caribbean, the Dominicans, the Haitians. I mean, like I say, it's not a very high premium that is put on that. And the problem is it puts you at a tremendous disadvantage, because this idea that you're going to come over here to an economy that was built by married people, and then you're going to be the single bump on a log, and you're going to swing it on your own. And you understand, like I say, you're in your 30s in New York, baby. You understand Mike Bloomberg wasn't fooling around when he said what he said. The former mayor of New York City was not fooling around when he said that Manhattan is a luxury product. He wasn't fooling around when he said that. And he really meant New York. That New York is a luxury product. And by luxury product, he's talking about like Giuseppe and Louis Vuitton. He's talking like that.
Right.
So he's talking about a whole city is an ultra luxury product problem. 99% of y'all are not ultra luxury income. So you know full damn well.
When I grew up, I thought
the pandemic didn't do anything. The pandemic did not do anything to rents in New York City. The pandemic didn't do a damn thing to rents in New York City. That was it. It's just a bunch of folk either could pay the bills or couldn't. And now that's it. All it really did was allow them to empty it out, which is I've always been telling folk for years now since I did my film Gentrified. They've been trying to empty it out of the lower class people who can't afford nothing. They would love to cut the population by New York City by about 60%. They would love to be able to do that, if at all possible. So what I'm saying is that as a young person in your 30s, you know damn well you're not going to be able to make it there single. That's not happening.
No.
You're not going to be in your 30s and single in New York as a female talking about having no kids. That's not going to happen. If you try it, you're just going to be the bunny broad, and that's it. You're not going to be able to do it. So these females who either don't know or are not inclined to assist you in that process, they're really just hanging you out to dry. That's all they're doing, because you're not going to make it.
Yeah. It's true. When I was a kid, I thought 60, 75,000, 80,000 was a lot of money. Now I'm making it, and I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding me? I'm just able to be comfortable. That's it.
Well, and comfortable is a relative term. For example, let me ask you here, what kind of car do you drive?
Mm-hmm. I drive a Honda CRV.
There you go. You make more. Wait a minute. Wait. You make more than $70,000 a year.
I make 80.
Okay. I want you all to think about that for everybody else who lives around the country and whatnot. And I'm not going to stick it in some really expensive places like Los Angeles or Miami, which have now become their New York in their own rights, to be totally honest. By the way, the Aston Martin building down there on Biscayne, I'll be damned. Those things are going from $2 to $6 million a condo in that thing. So Miami, you're gone. Yeah, I'm about to say New York, you got stiff competition in Florida now. But what I am going to say here is think about that for a moment. She makes $80,000 a year. She's driving a Honda CRV. By the way, what year? CRV.
2018.
Okay, so she's got a 4-year-old CRV. $80,000 a year. And I want you all to think about that. If you live in Galveston, if you live in New Orleans, if you live in Tallahassee, if you live in Charlotte, think about that for a few moments. She's knocking down $80,000 a year, and she's got a 4-year-old CRV. And that's just so when she says comfortable, understand what she really means. Now, where you live, for example, how many square feet you living in?
This sounds silly, but I don't actually know the square footage, but it's a 2-bedroom.
Okay. Do you have roommates?
No, I can't live with roommates.
Okay, well, you're one of the do you actually live in Brooklyn?
Yes.
Okay. You actually live in Brooklyn. She's got 2 bedrooms. So 2 bedrooms in Brooklyn, you paying every bit of $2,000, $2,200.
But you're actually right on the money.
Yeah, ma'am, I literally did the documentary about it. So yes, I can tell you, I'm not guessing my way through it. Yeah, go light some incense to that. I'm not guessing my way through this. I know exactly what you all are living like there. So you give me this, you tell me how many bedrooms it is and where it's at, and I can tell you how much you're paying. So with that being the case, I want y'all to just think about that for a few moments there. So she's blowing $26,000 a year in rent. Just rent on its own. Just rent on its own.
Right.
Is a third of her income. When you get done with utilities and whatnot, you're looking at a third of her income is gone
included,
just in the. Okay, well, if it's included. If you're lucky, like I say, if it's included, it's still more than 25% of your income.
Yes, definitely.
It's still more than a quarter of her income, so it's heading towards a third of her income just in rent. 1/3. If she has an unexpected car repair, you're done. And she doesn't have.
True.
And you don't have kids.
I work in healthcare.
Oh hell!
If my patient dies unexpectedly, I'm in trouble.
And you don't have kids.
I would have to take time to go. No kids.
Okay. How much do you weigh?
I'm significantly overweight. I'm 220 and 5'7".
Oh Lord, she needs a caretaker. All right. You know, you saw that coming. All right, we're gonna see if we can get you a caretaker here.
It's fine. I'm not sensitive.
Well, definitely. I mean, but you should be sensitive to that, because let me just go ahead and be honest about that, because there's another issue right here that goes to self-inflicted wounds. I really got to tell you that does go to self-inflicted wounds, because just understand something. How do you expect men to be motivated? Because y'all are going to sit up here and yell about the Latinas and whatnot, but a size 16 doesn't motivate a guy to go to work every day.
Yeah. I will say that I do accept that I'm not going to be getting certain men, and that's just what it is.
Well, you shouldn't. That's not good either. No, that's not good either, though. That's not cool. I mean, just understand, that's not a good look either. Who wants to be with somebody who's already defeated? That's not a good thing. I don't take pride in that. That's not something to be happy about. Oh, we need a bunch of defeated females out here. That's not good. That's not a cool thing.
Well, I should say, I mean, as far as feeling entitled to a certain type of guy, or being resentful if a guy isn't attracted to me. I mean, as far as those lines.
Well, definitely, like I say, I mean, get the act together on that, man. I mean, you're in New York City and whatnot. There's plenty of dudes out there who got their money straight and stuff like that. And be an example. Because what you're really saying through your nonverbal communication about yourself is, number one, you don't think much of yourself. Number two, you don't think the men deserve any better. And number three, you don't care to be an example to other females. Whenever I go over to Jersey, Inglewood, or whatever, it's they got the gyms over there and stuff, and the white women are all up in there and stuff, and the black fellas are up in there. It's the black females who are missing.
Yeah, Asian too.
Well, guess who's missing? The black females are missing, except for the wannabe bedwenches. Now every once in a while, every once in a blue moon, you'll go by a gym and see one of them up in there and whatnot. And they're trying to do all kinds of craziness and whatnot. So I'm saying, for the rest of y'all here, I don't want you to just be looking at the situation as a spectator. I want you to get your act together and be like, hey, let me see what I can do to be a positive influence on this, because you got chicks, you're in your 30s, you got teenagers out there seeing you, man. You got teenagers seeing you.
That's true.
Enough of y'all need to start being better about that. We got think about that. In New York City, in basically per capita, the financial capital of America, it's not the financial capital of the world anymore, London is, but the financial capital of America, and take a look at how the black women are representing. In the resort capital of America, Miami, and take a look how black women are representing down there. And what I'm saying is, at what point is enough enough? So yes, I can see what you're saying about other women, but I want you to be one who sits up and serves as a good example. Because right now, that's the thing right there. All this defeated talk, we ain't trying to have that. be a good example. Don't just be sitting up here and whatever issues happen here, whatever's going on with your mom or whatever, like I say, let that be her burden about that, but don't let that become yours. Which is what it's done. You've let it become your burden, and in effect, take a look at what's happened. Whether you like it or not, your mama was married for 6 months. How long you been married?
It's true. And honest.
No. That was a question. No. That was not a rhetorical question. That was not a rhetorical question.
No, yeah. I've never even been proposed to.
Right, and
so yeah, that's why I'm saying,
but here's my point.
Like, you're right. Yeah.
But here's my point. Do you realize how that's part of the plan?
I do.
How?
Because I understand
that. How is it part of the plan?
I'm sorry. Because the businesses make more money.
No. I'm talking about your mama.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood the question.
Okay, as long as you are not desirable to men, then guess who's the only person you gonna go into your old age with? It's gonna be you and your mama.
Oh, I understand.
Because I know your mama lives in Brooklyn. I know she does.
She lives in Jersey, but
okay.
Yeah,
close enough.
She's not that far.
Okay, close enough. And guess what? You getting older and whatnot. Your mama has sat up here and encouraged you and enabled you, and here you are at a completely undesirable size. And mama's fine about that because she understands as long as you don't get married, as she gets older and there is no man to take care of her, she's still got her daughter. And there you are. And I've talked about this before, how these women out here today, you all are their retirement plan. You all are their lifelong companions. So if they can't keep their man, that's fine. They got their daughter to go take them. Y'all go to the funky ass casinos in Atlantic City or whatever. You're hanging out with your mama, taking the place of the husband that she didn't have to hold on to him because she got you to fill in. And and that will work as long as you have nobody.
Right. Yeah, she told me to get married in college, etc., but she didn't really, like I said, she did show me how to be a wife, how to interact with a man. And now I find at 34, I don't try to be difficult, but it's just, I'm so used to being single and having things a certain way. It's very hard to know how to acclimate, to a man and let a man lead. And it's not purposeful. It's just, I really wasn't conditioned to be a wife.
No, you've been conditioned to be a partner here. You've been conditioned to be a partner here, but the real question is to who? That's the real problem. And I want you all to think about that here for a few moments, because that's the kind of thing that they'll condition you to do that and not realizing that, by the way, that's part of their plan. I'm seeing this everywhere. This big mama thing, they understand there's not a man around here. And guess what? You've been designated to be the lifelong companion and don't really even realize it. Think about that for a few moments.
Right.
You're designated to be the lifelong companion and don't really realize it.
One of my aunts is actually in that position. She's a longtime mistress for actually since before I was born, believe it or not. And I have I think she's my second cousin in the same boat, longtime mistress to an married Indian man. So,
well, at least you can get that far.
Or partner.
I mean, you know what? At least you can get that far. Because here's the real thing. If all you single moms out there and all you chicks who've been run through, I'm just going to tell you right now, we're going to have to write off a whole generation here. Females over the age of 25 who haven't got it together, we're really going to have to write off that whole Generation X. We're going to have to write them off. We're going to have to write off Generation X and half the millennials at this point. The baby boomers are done.
Oh my God.
Generation X is done. Baby, right now, half the millennials are done. Generation Z, we got to be taking a look at. And whatever comes after Z, if we make a new letter, whatever they're going to make there, because too many of y'all are just, they're too many are set in their ways and they're so far gone that there is no reformation that can be done to help them. If you got 4 and 5 bastard kids, you're not eligible to be a wife. First of all, there's not enough men for that anyway. But second of all, there's nobody who's going to take care of that. So we really need to get them settled in for their declining years, and the best they're going to be able to hope for, and this is the damn truth, the best they're going to be able to hope for is a side chick position. And let's just see if we can get somebody.
I would never want to do that.
Well, let's just see if we can get somebody who is going to put you in a part-time taken care of position that you get some benefits because if you've already missed the biggest lie we can tell a female is that she's eligible for benefits and she's not. That's it.
I honestly, I called in because I wish I had a Jason Black when I was like 21, 22, because coming up as a young adult, you really do hear that you have all this time. But after, I kid you not, starting at 31, the attention fell off. And then I started to gain significant weight where like it was really noticeable. So that decreased the attention even more. So, but I wish I had, I didn't have that sense of, because when Black women, when we're younger, we hear black don't crack. You have until 11 years to marry. Don't rush. And then you're in your 30s and it's like you realize you probably, that guy who you thought was corny when you were like 24, and I still remember his name, Mike.
Yeah, he looking real good now, boy. Mike. He looking real good now. When she coming around the corner now here, the size 16. She coming around the corner at size 16. Hey, Mike. By the way. Hey, so Mike. Say, hey, big head. What going on, Mike? It's like, okay. She come rumbling around the corner in size 16, running up on Mike, and Mike is like, hey, I'm making $32 an hour with benefits. I don't know if I can handle all this. So, like I say, we just really need to get them prepped for a side chick position, or if Mike going to fool with you every once in a while, we'll see what goes on from there. But thank you very much for giving us a call,
Mike on Facebook.
Oh, well, Mike, I don't know. I have to see about Mike. It depends on how Mike is doing. If Mike is struggling... and ain't got his act together, I might let him give you a little bit of time. But if Mike is straight, I don't know. I'll be like, Mike.
Maybe he's divorced.
Maybe he's divorced. Maybe he's convalescing. Maybe he's on pill. Maybe he fresh off the pipe. I don't know. But I'm just saying.
If he's at least a year off the pipe, I'll consider it. I don't know.
Okay. What she say? She's honest with herself now. The nigga's in rehab. I'll wait a little bit. Let me see how it's going here.
Look, Ben Affleck. Look, J-Lo got together with Ben Affleck. He's an alcoholic.
Yeah, she just wants slim. She just wants a nigga whose charges are a year old. That's what she's looking for. Is his charges a year old? Is he fresh out or is he late fresh out? How long he been out? Was it a child case or was it just simple assault and battery? Okay. So, well, we'll be honest about that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. She just wants to know, how serious is the charges? How bad is it? Call from area code 843. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, TBA, it's Tobias out of Phoenix.
Tobias out of Phoenix. Brother, you hear what's going on, man. What's happening?
Woo! You've been there also. Women, they always call back to check on you, see how you doing, talking about they cross your mind, stuff like that, and you check it in, think we're going to take the ball and run with it. I have an ex did that to me like a week or so ago, trying to check in. And I just left her be. Actually, that was the ex. Remember that one I told you about that she was going to law school and I'll pay, move in and I'll pay, take care of the bills, but she thought I was trying to control her? That one. And, and it's just crazy. It's like they think that there are these men who are willing to invest in them, build them up, support them, that's around every corner. And then they find out, a lot of them find out, you may only get one, maybe two if you're lucky. Chances to get that guy. And the older you get, then you carry your kid. What people don't realize, when you carry that other man's kid, that kid is also a financial burden to you also, if you gotta be serious with that woman. So you gotta deal with all of that. And they think they could just get some other guy and they could date like they were at 25. No, the game has changed. Now you're older. Now you got a kid or so. Now you may have a career and stuff, all this stuff now. And I just think that these women have been lied to by TV. They've been lied to by their mamas and their girlfriends. And a lot of times their mamas and their girlfriends sabotage them as well. Because a lot of times these women, they'll leave at the first thing off emotion. A lot of dudes will be like, hey, let's work this out.
Well, brother, Tobias, it used to be a big city issue. Now, this dearth of reliable female mentors used to be relegated to just being a big city issue. So if you was in New York, that was where this cultural blight blew up. So you're in New York, Los Angeles, the usual cesspools. But brother, it's no longer relegated to there anymore. I mean, it doesn't matter where you are, even in the deep South. Ain't no big mama with some sense anymore. The little old honorable church ladies who are married for 70 damn years, you don't have that anymore. You just, generation run through is the rule now. They literally don't have any older female mentors anywhere. Even in school, you got the school teachers trying to be teacher bae. The school teachers are all thrown the hell off now and whatnot. So they don't have any sources of reliable information anywhere. So all they're really doing is just sitting around getting run through and watching the time tick off the clock until eventually they can't do anything.
Yeah. And it's like, I talked to the other two ladies earlier, and it got me thinking. Like you talked to one that's in New York. A lot of this, they convince these women that they do everything by themselves. Buying a house is technically a two-person venture. Building a home, all is a two-person venture. You're not supposed to take on everything by yourself. And a lot of women, I see it. They say, well, I own a home. I got this nice car. But then you realize they're in debt. The car needs maintenance. They don't know what to do about the maintenance. Home, they got stuff going on in the house, don't know how to fix that, don't know who to call. Or they paying, and I know women who bought houses and they're paying high interest rates, higher than it should be. But you technically a homeowner. And I dated women who bought cars. It could be something like a Volkswagen or Toyota. They paying high interest rates on it. And so they don't have that man to guide them. It's not about control. It's guiding them to make their lives easier and make it better. But so many want to do it the hard way. If then once they mess around with the guy, get a kid by some other cat, then they want to come back. And they want to call and see how everything is going. But what they don't realize is once a man gets it together, he has to pick up the litter, young, old, in the middle. And they have to understand that, hey, you ain't the same. That man can do better. That man can get better. He can get one just like you. Can you get another one of that guy? And they can't. Because if they could, they wouldn't call these guys back. They would call me back, won't call you back later.
And that's really where they're at now today here in this situation. They don't have any help in that regard. And so when you come across them today, the average female of the day, and I say average, the majority of them are clueless. They have no clue. They have no idea. They don't have a starting point. I mean, they literally have no frame of reference whatsoever. They've been raised by MTV back in the day, and they've been raised by Instagram today. Nobody's teaching them anything. Hell, the mamas are sitting at the club with them trying to pick up a man right next to their damn daughters. It's really just crazy now.
Yep. You're right. And like a lot of these women today, and it's like, I hear all this talk about, oh, the white girls, they want to take the black athletes out. I love black women. That's all I mess with. But I'm like, they're taught by their mamas to get this guy, sink your teeth into him, and don't let him out the room. You know the old saying, you don't let someone out the room without a contract. That's what they're doing. Our women want to wait, have a kid, and then want to come back. You got to get that guy then and ride that horse instead of trying to come back later. Once you got a kid or two, some stretch marks and all that, trauma from the choices you made to that guy. And I think that's where the whole mentorship is, that lack of mentorship, where they don't tell him, hey, this man ain't going to wear a Gucci belt to try to look out, be prettier than you. He's going to work every day. He's paying these bills. He's making sure that you don't have to call another man for anything. That's what they're not being taught. And once they meet that man, they reject it because they're so used to doing everything by themselves that they think it's a badge of honor. They went to school. They got a job. Those things are great and all, but no man worth a damn seeks out women for financial security. Women seek out financial security. There's nothing wrong with that because men, we want to provide that financial security. And that's why a lot of these women, these career women, get passed over for that reason.
I mean, but think about this for a few moments. For everybody who's not aware, the median home price in America today is $300,000. Think about that for a moment. It went up like $40,000 just in a year since the pandemic started. The median home price jumped by $40,000 or more. The median home price in America, not average, but the median home price in America is $300,000 today. Think about that for just a few moments. I want that for you all to set in for a moment. Out there in Las Vegas, they can't build, they don't have enough homes in Vegas, in the outlying areas. Maricopa County, they don't have anything. They don't have anything. Tucson, doesn't matter where you name, they don't have nothing. I mean, you think I'm not talking about the usual suspects, Los Angeles, New York, DC. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about in places you wouldn't imagine. The Dallas Metroplex, places I used to be in. Plano was blown up back in the 90s when I was there and whatnot. Plano is done. Allen, Texas is overrun. The traffic out there is crazy now. Next stop, heading out to Oklahoma. It really is. That's literally what you're dealing with now in these situations. That's literally what you're dealing with. Birmingham, Alabama. You don't want to hear about the new construction in Birmingham. I-20, they were tearing that up and whatnot for the last couple of years through downtown Birmingham. I think they're just now kind of getting that done because usually when I go through there, I take the bypass to be able to go around that. But I'm talking about in Birmingham, Alabama, for example. You're seeing some, not on the coast now. Not on the coast, not Mobile, not on the coast now. I'm talking about Birmingham. You're seeing that. We won't even talk about Florida. The whole state of Florida, forget it. The whole damn state, it's over. It's over. Whole damn state. I'm talking about if you live up in the damn panhandle. You don't want to start anything south of Jacksonville. I mean, if you're going east and south of Jacksonville, forget about it. That whole 95 corridor, you're done. You're done. You're done. When you leave, was that Savannah, Georgia? You come across the state line, you're done. You're done. Forget about it. Forget about it. Unless you go into the deep south and whatnot, or in some really far out rural areas. Now, believe it or not, you might be able to find something decent in some rural areas. But by that, I'm talking about the rural areas in Kentucky, rural areas in Louisiana. Okay, but then again, you in Louisiana and you in Kentucky, by the way. But just understand, if you are a 28-year-old black female talking about, I'm going to buy me a house, that's every form of stupid there is. You're going to be under that thing. If you start for 30 years, you're going to be under that thing till you're 58. Which is fine if that's your dream house in a great area that's never going to change. Do you think the neighborhood's going to be the same 30 years from now as it is now? Think about that for a few moments, and you're shackled to this for 30 years. Now, if you bought that house before you got with a man, what makes you think that man wants to move into your house?
Bingo.
Think about this for a few moments. What makes you think that man wants to live in your house? In the chat room there talking about Alaska, dude, are you serious? Let's not play around. Let's not play around. But you can go anywhere you want to. The bottom line is, if you're a woman with a house, what do you expect a man to do with that? What's he supposed to do with your house? What do you think his plans are for your house? All you are is a chick with a lot of debt. That's all you are. Then on top of that, Tobias, because you know how that is, they go off and go try to get a house and they go get their dream car. So the damn Mercedes dealership is waiting on them to come pay for something that they can't afford.
Maintenance call.
So now she's stuck under student loans, a car payment, and a house. What do you expect a man to do with that? What is he supposed to do with that? And you going into your 30s. And remember what I told you all last week here about a woman, her job is her man. Once you all get that house, it goes to your damn heads. You all think, well, hell, I got a job and a house. I have veto power. I don't have to listen to him. Guess what? At this point, you're unfit to be with a man. And then you're going to get into your late 30s and realize, I'll be damned, this is hard. The housing, you're going to realize that there is no end in sight. Think about this for a few moments. You're in your late 20s telling yourself, I'm going to retire when I'm 50. No, you can't. You still got to pay for that house note. And that's if forget about taxes, you still got to pay for the house note. So that means you're going to have to work until you're in your 60s. Because you spent most of your income just keeping your head above water to pay for that damn house and the car. And that was it. You're going to have to work every damn day and twice on Sundays. We're watching as the work environment is grinding the women into powder. You're seeing it. It's grinding them into toothpaste. They're not able to handle it. Women were not made to be sitting up here going into a modern day industrial work environment for 40 years. Which is what you really signed up for. You're like, I can do what the men do. No, you can't. You really can't. Because you're looking for a cush little square office job. But the truth of the matter is, you can keep that office job as long as you sacrifice having children. Your biological prerogative has just been sacrificed for a job. Did you realize that? Did your mama tell you that when she marched you in there? Did your grandmother tell you that when she was egging that on? Did your teachers tell you that and inform you of that? And then you get out there and stuff, but don't worry, there'll be time. And then you end up in your 30s and realize you're nobody's prime option anymore. So you're ready, but the men are like, I ain't so sure. You're ready to go, but the men are looking at you like, you're not really the best option. Did your mother tell you that that was going to happen? Did they inform you that that could occur? That by the time you're ready, there won't be a bunch of men available anymore. So when you were in situations where you had more of those advantages and you weren't tied down to those things. You see, when you're a young chick who's in college, you're not tied down. If you're young in the workforce, you're not tied down to these obligations. But if you go off and say, screw it, I'm just going to make a run for it, and then go off and get the house and the car and whatnot and start, I'm going to start building a life for myself. I don't need no man to take care of this. You're going to find out the hard way. Yeah, you do, because that's a hell of a heavy lift. That's a hell of a heavy lift. When you realize that you didn't do the math on it. And these salesmen are real damn good. They're real damn good for stretching out everything. They see the females coming. Why do you think the majority of the consumer debt is held by whom? Females. Because they see you coming. It's a system now. They know exactly how to sell to females. They know exactly what you're looking for. They know all your family dynamics. They know about Big Mama when you walk on the car dealership. They know about your no good ass mama when you walk into the home mortgage company. They know everything. If it's a black female, they know everything about your damn family when you get there. They can see it on your face. Oh, you here to teach Big Mama a lesson. Let me drop this big ass mortgage on you that you can't really afford. And there's a bunch of black females stuck under it. Who do you think was losing all those houses in 2008 in Atlanta during the Great Recession, the subprime crisis? Those are black females losing them left, right, and center. And guess what? Never got them back. And by the way, for all those programs and whatnot and TARP and everything, by the way, never got them back. And never got them back. So then you end up in your 30s and whatnot, and when things get screwed up, and let's just be very, very clear. On top of everything else, the stuff y'all are going to school for, for the ones who do have a degree, because most of you don't, but for the ones who do have a degree, most of you, what you have is useless. Don't even tell me about being no damn lawyer. Do you know how many lawyers I know who ain't making enough to be able to pay their bills properly? Sorry, don't want to put no names out there, but I've talked to a few of them. Y'all know. I mean, it's not paying nearly as much as y'all think. You're going to tell yourselves. You're not going to become partner in any firm. So all you have are a bunch of black females out there with sociology degrees, psychology degrees, and if they're really smart, maybe go to get become a lawyer. And then you're sitting under $250,000 worth of debt while you're making $80,000 a year. If you're lucky. And then you living in Atlanta making $80,000 a year. Maybe making $100,000 a year. Good luck on that. It's a big ass trick bag. It really is. And when that happens, all of a sudden, then you looking around, it's like, oh, well, can I see if I can get this dude to answer the phone? God help you if you're carrying around some kids. Maybe if you don't have any kids, maybe there'll be some lawyer in town who's willing to hook up with you or whatever. But you know you're not eligible for the doctors working at Grady or whatever at Emory. You're not eligible for that. That's not going to happen. Whole bunch of folks out there who screw that up and whatnot, and a whole bunch of women who are going to realize, you're stuck without a chair when the music stops. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call as usual. You're right about that. And I'm saying this from a place of love, ladies. you got to understand the music stops and it may not turn back on. And sometimes you're going to have to hop on the first train smoking. If you got a couple of kids, especially small ones, and a dude coming up to you, he got his stuff together, you better hop on that train because there ain't another one coming. And I think that women, you got to be realistic about your situation in life. And that's one thing, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Jason. It seems like now in our community, the men are ready to get married sooner and build and provide for the woman, but the woman wants to wait until I get it together. And it's like by that time you're too old.
Well, because the females have adopted the culture where they tell themselves that they've adopted. You hear a bunch of fantasies and fallacies is what you hear. What you're hearing today is a bunch of fantasies and fallacies. On the one hand, they're telling you the men are having all the fun and we want to have, quote, the fun that the men are having. And they define that as, well, the men are having unlimited sex. Well, first of all, that's a lie. The females are the only ones out here having a bunch of flagrant sex. That's not what's happening, except for the top 10% of males. But the reason why they keep doing that is because those are the only ones they care about. They don't care about the bottom 80%. They're all pursuing the top 10%. So they project that, well, whatever the top 10% are doing is indicative of what all the men are doing. No, it's because the top 10% are the only ones you see. Everybody else is invisible to you. So you've projected this lie that what the top 10% are doing, that's what the men are doing. So I want to do what the top 10% are doing because I'm fixated on the top 10%. So that's the first fallacy that they've latched onto. The other fallacy is, well, take a look at the white girls and whatever they think they're getting, well, I should be getting that too. So they go chasing these twin phantoms, and in the process, they just screw up their desirability across the board. And then when the men are like, we're cool on you, then they feel completely betrayed. Because they're like, well, why is that a wrong thing? So in reality, they're being fed a steady buffet of lies and fallacies. They recirculate among themselves. They don't have any female mentors. Oprah's old ass has been deceiving them for decades. So much for the older generation of females who are going to help them. And that's what they end up with. No actual positive information whatsoever. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get caller from, now who is this trying to call me from an 800 number? Somebody is sitting out here calling from the 911 office. Okay, well, let's leave them where they were. I was hoping it was somebody trying to troll here. Let me get caller from area code 616. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Jason. I'm Tara from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Hello, Tara from Grand Rapids. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to call to just kind of confirm everything that I've heard tonight. This is one of my first times listening in, and it was pretty awesome. And, you know, the other day I just was thanking my grandmother because I'm 32 years old. I got married right after my 31st birthday to my husband, who's 35. And you know, I'm a stay-at-home mom. I do have my own business, but my main thing, we have young children. I brought one child into the marriage. He brought two, is being a mother. And I really learned how to be a cooperative and submissive woman who really takes care of home from my paternal grandmother. Even though I was raised by a woman who's very masculine, like I love my mom to death, but she was the head of household. She was the one that disciplined. If we wanted to do something, if we asked my dad, he'd be like, go ask your mom, because he did not want to hear her complaining, her voice. You know, he was kind of checked out. They both were when it came to their marriage. But, you know, my dad is an amazing dad. I'm the youngest of six, and he has always been extremely present. And so you are spot on, because once my parents got divorced when I was 15, my mom really tried to keep me and my sister very close to her, almost like girlfriends, you know. And even now that I'm married, she's always trying to call me. She calls my other siblings and basically complains because I'm not on the phone with her 24/7. And I'm like, I have a whole husband and I have 3 children to take care of, but in her mind, she comes first. In her mind, she wants to talk all day on the phone.
And now your mother, she's not married?
No, she never remarried after my dad.
Why did her and your dad divorce?
So my mom is the one who initiated the divorce. My mom, she was very bullheaded. It's so funny. So basically, from what I hear, the language I heard, again, I'm the last one that came out of the family. So the language that I heard was always, "Oh, I cannot wait to divorce him soon as you turn 18, talking to me. I just can't wait to get a divorce. At this point, he's the babysitter, and I'm just making sure he pays for his kids. You know, I'm keeping him around in the house. So whenever he gets a check, he gives it to me, and we pay the bills." So one day my mom went on vacation in New York with her friend, and my dad has cheated on her, but they haven't had sex in years. So, I mean, what do you expect? But so basically one day she went out on vacation, and they always vacation separately. She always either take us with us, and my dad usually always stayed home. And basically he told her he didn't have the money, and so she told him, "When I get back, you better be out." And my dad moved out, and then my mom initiated the divorce.
Where's your mom?
So that's what I grew up with.
Wait, slow down. Where's your mom from originally? Where are your people from?
Oh, L.A., Los Angeles, South Central.
I mean, but they're not from the Caribbean or anything like that? Are you sure?
Oh, my mom's mother, yeah, they are Caribbean-based.
There you go.
They're Creole.
There you go. There you go. So what I'm saying is, like I say, a lot of folks here are bringing bad practices that don't serve you. Like they're bringing poverty strategies. They're bringing things that didn't work over there, and then they're bringing it here, and it doesn't work here either. And what you're doing is setting up a situation there. But I'm glad in your case, you decided not to play along with the bull jive. You know, let your mom's issue be your mom's issue. And it's like, hey, you're my mom, but you're not my burden. Because she had her husband. And the job is when you get married to somebody, you understand this yourself. It's like, look, this is us. And here's the thing. Marriages used to last when females took it seriously. As soon as they had the idea in their heads that the state will back me up in my foolery, then all of a sudden it became, okay, well, I don't have to worry about it then. I can get in or get out of it, please, as I please. When you come into the situation with the idea that, look, it's going to be till death do us part. So this marriage is either ending in a wedding or a funeral. So what is it going to be? All black or all white? And when two people go in a situation like that, it's not going anywhere because you're always going to work everything out. And that's it. But if you have it in your head that somebody in the relationship is dispensable, especially in her situation, that really does tell you in many ways what she did was she was she made it clear, and I'm going to ask you about something else you said here in a moment, but she made it very clear that she was projecting all that onto you. That don't worry, it's me and my daughter. By the way, how many siblings do you have?
I have 6, 4 boys, 2 girls.
All by the same...
Or 5, sorry.
Okay, now they're all by the same father?
All by the same father. Yep, the first 2 was from my dad's previous marriage. And then he married my mom when they were in the military. They both are in the military, by the way.
Okay, there you go.
And then they have 4 kids.
All right, so your mom was chasing that GI bag. Okay, so a lot of that happens. You know how I tell them about those military things. So, yeah, she was chasing that GI bag. Okay, or at least she thought she was because she was in the military too. So she might not have qualified. It depends. But definitely she was, so she basically was acting as if her children belonged to her, like you all were property. And I don't have to worry about the husband because I got, quote, my family. And in reality, it's like, okay, yeah, mom, you ain't really that fly like that. So it's not like the kids are really looking to hang out with you like one of their buddies. And that's a very dangerous game to play. Now, you said something that caught my attention earlier here, okay? You said something that caught my attention. And I want to find out here exactly what you meant by that. You said that your parents hadn't had sex in years. How did you know that?
Oh, interesting story, Jason. And by the way, you are spot on about everything you said thus far and how she looks at us as property. Even now that they're divorced, which is what's going to answer your question, she spills all the beans. She tells us, this is what happened in our marriage, even though we say we don't want to hear that. She's mad that we even have a relationship with our father, as if she wasn't the one that chose him, right? And so she gives us all this information in order to make him look bad so we can only be around her and not him.
Okay. Let me make sure I understand this.
Interesting.
So you're basically saying that your mom was trying to like turn y'all against him or something?
Yes.
Okay.
Because of what happened in their marriage. Not because he's not a good father, because he's a dang good father. And she knows it. But because she was dissatisfied, and every time you talk to her, Jason, it's a different story, different something else she's mad about, you know.
Yeah. Now look.
Mm-hmm.
The lesson of this story, everyone, is that how you do one thing is how you do all things. And you can't pull the wool over on your kids, okay? For those of you, the problem with females who are single mothers or have a single mother mentality is the idea that your children are toys. They're playthings. They're your little playmates. And that any crap you tell them, they're just going to believe it. And that's not reality. That's a fantasy you might tell yourself, but that's not reality. Your kids can see what you about. And if you're not right, your kids are going to be able to see that. That's why I told the first caller, don't say anything about the parents and whatnot. Your kids are going to see what they about. They're going to see what they're about. And if you're right, your kids are going to see that. But if they're not right, your kids are going to see that. They don't need you to run interference on that. Just understand, all you're going to end up doing is making yourself look a whole lot worse. If they're not about nothing, the kids will be able to see that. They're going to become grown people, and they can see your focus straight or not. They can see what their problems are. And in your mother's case here, yeah, she was setting herself up for, I guess, what she imagined would be a life by herself here. Now, you said your mama calls you all the time. What about your siblings?
She calls them as well. And they all oblige
including
her.
The two. Wait.
Oblige her.
Wait a second now. Including the two that your father had before he met her?
Sorry, no. Those are the only two. She knew them growing up, but they were kind of older. So, no, it's only my siblings that she had. So, my two brothers and my sister. Because remember, my dad had two, got in the previous marriage. Then he had 4 with my mom.
So, she's ringing the phone off the hook and whatnot to compensate for that. Because here's the real killer thing about it.
Oh, yeah.
If dad was such a bad individual or such a bad actor, just so messed up and whatnot, first of all, what's your father doing now? Did he get remarried?
Oh, yeah, he got remarried.
There you go.
House, great career.
There you go.
I'm a daddy's girl, so I'm the one. He's getting older in age, so we're like working on his health, and he's just thriving. And he's never spoke one bad word about any woman, let alone my mom. Never, ever, 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 ever. He will not.
I mean, I think at the end of the day, your father trusted that you all could see what your mom was. And that he didn't really have to do nothing. It's like, y'all can see what she doing. And from there, you're going to make up your mind whether or not you acknowledge it or not. Because I can show you plenty of parents who are just hideously abusive. And the kids, make excuses for it and give it a pass and rationalize the way and whatever else. So just because the kids can see it doesn't mean they're necessarily going to acknowledge it and do anything. But I think your father was just trusting that, look, y'all can see your mama on the bull jive and just, you're either going to do what you're going to do with it, but you can see what she's doing. So, yeah, and ultimately, like I say, it doesn't work out for her because, she's getting older and there isn't anybody there for her. And you all, rightfully so, are not going to be her surrogate husbands. You're not going to fill in that gap for her. She's had every opportunity to do what your father did. But I think you can agree she is so consumed with anger and hostility and narcissism that all she's really done is back herself into a corner. And unfortunately, and I just hate to say it, but I got to tell the truth, it's just going to be a very long, lonely trip at this point.
Yeah. You are spot on.
The opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is indifference. And right now, she is going to be drowning in indifference, but she worked very hard to create this environment. She worked very hard. By the way, How much does your mom weigh?
Oh, she's overweight now. Jason, she used to be a dime, right? Now we're all tall. So I'm 5'9.5". I'm the shortest in my family. So she's about 6'1", and she's pushing 260. Yeah, she's
no
tall.
6'1", baby. Oh no. 6'1". There ain't too many niggas can fool with that. So she should have stuck with him.
Well, my dad's tall.
Okay, but baby, okay.
My dad's tall, exactly.
Okay, but you do understand the average height of the average man is 5'10". So if she's 6 feet and she's got a guy who's over 6 feet, you're already dealing with only 10% of the population to begin with. Then one is going to deal with a bunch of kids. She already hit the lottery. You ain't going to hit that twice. So that was it. When she lost him, it was game over. She might as well go ahead and get a drug habit. There ain't really going to be anything she can do at this point. I mean, look, just be 6'1". Come on now. Come on. This is it. Yeah. No, ain't nobody sitting up here trying to date Gigantor. That's not really what's going on. So it's no, baby. She's forget about it. Forget it. She's done. And she knew it.
Jason, that's so funny to me because, sorry, go ahead.
She's done. Forget about it.
I was just saying that my sister, because it's me, my sister, and my mom are the only females in my family. My sister is 6 foot, and I'm 5'9". So I always thought, growing up I was tall, but then with my sister and all my brothers are all 6'4", 6'5", like over huge. So.
Well, I mean, hopefully for you, it won't be that far along and that bad. I hope not. But I'm just being honest with you here. Like I say, I mean, dudes ain't really dreaming of dating, Giganta. I mean, that's not really what they're dreaming about doing there. So in her case, she might be an otherwise affable, attractive female. But let's just be very, very clear. Dudes ain't really looking to be like Kevin Hart. I mean, that's not really what they're looking for. So if she meets a guy who's meet those physical requirements and everything, it is what it is, okay? No matter how sexy she is, because let's just be very, very honest. With her at 6'1", how is she feeling dating a guy who's 5'9" or 5'8"? You see what I mean? So, especially with her, with the amount of vanity that she brings to something, I'm saying, let's just say it like it is. She already missed her bus. She already missed hers.
She did.
So, just from here on in, she gonna be a 6'1" lonely little old lady. So, just it is what it is. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. Yeah, ladies, like I say, I mean, if you tall enough to try out for the WNBA, if you get somebody who's willing to take you on, I suggest you go for it. Let me get caller from area code 801. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from 801 has been abducted. Caller from area code 205. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, I'm Kim. I'm calling from Town, Alabama. I called you one time before when you did the broadcast on manhood, I believe is gone or something like that. But I'm going on 21 years of marriage, and I can honestly tell you that I see on both my husband's side of the family, my side of the family, as well as women on the job, that they literally think that they have time on their hands. And there's a young lady, and I say young because I'm 41, she's 28, and she was like, he want to marry her, but she's not ready. She still want to have her fun. So she high-fives the guy, and I said, what you high-fiving him for? He's 30. I said, he got all the time in the world. I said, he ain't got no kids. He can be 50, 60 and get somebody your age years from now and still have a family. I said, if this guy is ready to be with you and want to marry you, I seems like to me, that's what you need to do. And she's like, well, I'm not ready, Miss Kim. I said, well, what's the point? What you waiting on? I said, because you almost 30. You already got 2 kids. One of them his. I said, and he's willing to take on the first child that's not his. I said, ain't too many men gonna be looking to marry you. I said, I'm just trying to keep it real with you.
Because the reason, understand, the reason they can't make that distinction is because they don't actually have married women around them. You see, we're dealing with, 4 or 5 decades after they used welfare to break up the black family and whatnot and play upon female vanity and narcissism to get them to aid in it. So you have 2 generations of females who have no frame of reference for even how to become a wife or how it works. So because they have no one to mentor them, in their minds, if they can get male sexual attention, well, then I can convert that into a relationship. Without any frame of reference that a relationship and sex are 2 separate things. They are not mutually inclusive. Yes, sex takes place in a relationship, but you can have sex with someone that you're not serious about, and you can be serious about someone you're not having sex with. Let me say that again. You can have sex with someone that you're not serious about, and you can be serious about someone that you're not having sex with. So just understand, if no one teaches you that that's really the way it works and that's really the way it is, you'll be a dumb young female out here telling yourself, well, as long as I've got sex involved, then I don't have to worry about whether or not I can get a relationship or get a commitment. I will, anytime I choose, all I got to do is just turn the volume up and bam, I'll be able to get me a husband. Let's just keep it real. What most of them tell themselves is, you know what? I'm just going to sit out here and slut it up and have all the fun I want. And when I get ready, when I'm finally, quote, through having my fun, they say it all the time, when I'm through having my fun, then I'll grab one of these guys who's been in my back pocket all these years, and I will convert him into a husband. What they're not taking into account is, though, as you've gotten older and changed, guess what? The men you're talking to in your back pocket, they've gotten older and changed too. Now, there's where you're falling out of touch. The men that you got in your back pocket have changed also. He's not the same guy he was. And as we get older, it's not really pressing on us to get married like that as we get older. For females, it's once they feel them eggs drying up, then they start saying, damn, I need to throw a buzzer beater and see if I can get somebody to take me off the market. Problem, just because your relationship status is pressing upon you doesn't mean that it's going to be pressing upon us. That's the problem. I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, I even mentioned to her when you did the broadcast and you was talking to the young lady and she was saying how, she don't believe in marriage. She don't feel she have to have the paper. I believe the paperwork and all of that. And I believe she was out in New York. And I brought up to the young lady, I said, you have a child with him. I said, but legally, if he got any kind of assets, and I said, if his parents are still alive, he don't have no kids with nobody else, this man don't never get married. I said, legally, his parents have that. You don't. You choosing not to marry him. And I said, you can't even say your child. I said, because your child don't have that. His parents, because I got an uncle who died years ago when I was young. He never had a chance to marry the fiance. So legally, my grandmother had assets to the land he had, and of course, we see my grandmother wasn't low down like that. She took everything and made sure that his kids had. But like I was trying to tell her, I said, y'all young people really just don't realize the type of mistakes and foolishness that y'all about to get into. And I said, I have sisters who did not want to listen. And I said, I got 3 sisters that are not married. Well, no, 4 sisters that are not married, and 2 of them going through divorce. And I said, I'm the only one that's still married, because I know what it means to say, okay, Kim, you wrong, be quiet, your husband is right. I said, I have to tell my own self. And I said, that didn't happen overnight. I said, but as you get older, you're supposed to get wiser. But I have also found out, most times the older people get, it seems like the dumber they get. Because I even see where my mom still make mistakes. She's not with my dad. And she used, like the other young lady who just got off the phone with you, she used to do little stuff to try to turn my dad, us against my dad. And my dad used to always say, when I got older, he used to always say, Kim, with the money that I have given your mom, she had an opportunity to own her own home by now. And I said, well, looking at what I see, you're right. But she loves money, but she don't spend it wisely. I said, so I don't see how that she probably would have lost the house, But with my husband on his side, he has a sister that's married, but she still looks at my husband as if he's supposed to help because he's the only boy. And when he met me, he kind of faded away from like the family part, doing for them. So it's like, I got my own family. You got a husband. That's what your husband's supposed to do. And he told her one time, he said, it ain't my fault because of who you chose to marry.
At
And
some
that's a
point,
wake-up call.
the young people here, at some point, this idea, all of the old elderly females who back when they were young and spry and they could sit up here and grab them a dude or two. Let's be very, very clear. They weren't born little old ladies. They were young little hot things out there, and they made decisions. And at some point, they don't need to be the burden of the children and the grandchildren. I'm sick and tired of seeing these old ass women whose sons go to the NBA and the NFL, their sons go to college, their daughters go to LPN medical school, become nurse practitioners, and they're sitting, these old bastards from the baby boomer generation are waiting in the wings to come leech off their own children. No. At some point, you made these decisions and you need to be responsible for who and where you are. You are not your children's burden. That is not what you are. Your job was to get with the right man so that you would be in a strong position, not to be sitting up here so that you could be this ongoing running gag and this running burden on your own kids. That's not what you're supposed to be. And you're not supposed to guilt trip them into that. So no, you all are supposed to take care of your lives. If there's anything left over, that's okay. But your parents are not supposed to be an endless, open-ended obligation where you're making up for their mistakes. Now, it's one thing if your parents have like a health issue, and even then, it depends. If they got it from smoking and drinking when the cirrhosis finally got them. But my point is, it's another thing if these are mistakes from, wait a minute, did you stay married? You're sitting up here screwing off money. You're 60 years old going to the damn casino. Things like that, that their behaviors are what got them. No, your job isn't to sit up here and compensate for their bad decisions. Never. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 801. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Jason. My name's Angela, and I'm calling from...
Okay, Angela, stop fighting with your phone. It sounds like you got it under your armpit. Take it off a speaker. Get it out from under your double chin.
No. Thanks for getting my call again. I'm 28. I'm almost 28. I've been married for almost 7 years. Almost 8 years. And I have a couple of kids with my husband, and I see a lot of my counterparts that are not getting married. And for a little while there, I wanted to go the route of getting a job and possibly not relying on my husband, but I quickly changed my mind, and now I know what my role is as a mother and as a wife. But I'm just wondering what the best way to be. I'm a stay-at-home mother. I'm just wondering how I can stay on top of my game, but still without hurting, without not following his authority, and always following what he's supposed to do.
Okay.
Like
First of all, I don't know if you're on earphones or something, but your sound is a little muddled here. So some of the words you're missing, I'm not quite making out. It sounds like you're asking, how can you do something without his authority?
No, how do you stay true to him, like under his authority, like as a married woman, but like how do you, what's the best way to stay on top of your game being a stay-at-home mother and not having like your
Let me find out a couple of things here. Where are you from originally?
Here, California. Well, I grew up in Utah.
Okay, because you sound like you kind of got an accent.
No, I'm not. I'm not white or black.
Okay, but you're not an immigrant?
No, my parents were.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Where are your parents from, ma'am?
Mexico.
Okay, because I very clearly hear an accent from you. So maybe you don't recognize it. I very clearly hear an accent. And I don't mean a regional accent. I mean, you're very clearly the way in which you speak English isn't necessarily your primary language. So no dissing about it. I'm just saying I can hear that. So what I'm saying is I understand the questions that you're asking are from a cultural perspective. So that's what tells me you come from a culture that's not from America. So that's why you're asking that. So you say your folks are from Mexico?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, both of your parents?
Yes.
Okay. And you want to know how to be a proper wife who's going to keep your husband's attention, affections, allegiance? Is that basically what you're asking?
Yeah, but how, like, if, for example, if I want to start my own business or something like that, how do I do that without undermining his own goals?
Okay, first question is, does he have any?
Yeah, he has a business.
Okay. And has he requested or required you to be a part of that?
Yeah, I help him a lot with some documents and reading stuff and doing like secretarial work sometimes because I am busy with the kids a lot of the time.
All right. So would you starting a business interfere with his ability to run his?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. You don't think so, or you asked him and checked on that to make sure?
I've asked him, but I've been listening to all of your broadcasts for months now, and I really don't want to be a competition to him.
Well, yeah, so that's why I'm asking the questions I'm asking here, though. So just stick to that for a moment. Believe me, this is very germane. What I'm asking here is the business that he's running, if you being a part of it is integral to that, then your focus going somewhere else, obviously you can only be one person. You can't do three things at once. So if you focus your energies in another direction, how is that going to affect what he's currently doing now?
No, it wouldn't, actually. He could run his own business without me. It's totally fine.
Does he want to run it without you?
Yeah, he pretty much does. I just kind of help on occasion.
Okay. What you want to do, how much more would that add to the family's income?
Well, I had an idea of opening like a party center, like a salon, not a salon, an event center.
Okay, and what city do you live in again?
Around Salt Lake City.
Okay, she lives out there in Mormon country. With that being the case there, like I say, it sounds like in a situation like that, that might add another $40,000 at most.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how much does he make now?
Like 100,000.
Okay, so he's already making 100,000, and you want to divert your attentions so you can make prospectively another 40,000.
Well, if I could do that, or I can just stay where I'm at and
right. Because here's my question. Well, here's my question though. Is there anything that you could do to help the business that would increase its income by 40,000?
Yeah, I could take the role of like a full-on secretary, and so he can focus on
Right.
more of the paperwork.
Right. I'm saying it would be
bidding and
different
stuff.
if you were telling me that you wanted to do something that was going to make another 100,000, but that's not what you're saying. You're saying, well, can I get something here that would make damn near a third of what he's already bringing in? So I'm like, well, hell. And then you're going to be taking your resources away from him time-wise, because time is the most important resource. So why couldn't you just put a little more resources into what he's doing and get the income up to 140, 150,000 where you are? And that way you're not taking anything. You don't have to worry about that situation at all. That would be, if I can make, ideally, that's what you would do. I'm thinking ideally that's the direction you'd go in.
Okay.
Now, let me find out something here. Are you all happily married?
Yes.
Are you semi-happily married or completely happily married?
I am happily married, and I'm very gracious to be where I'm at, because I see a lot of my cousins and a lot of other people around me not in a good situation, and I'm just very grateful that I am in the situation that I am, because I see how much women struggle, but I come from a line of mothers and grandmothers who kind of stayed in their marriage, even if it wasn't, we're not married to be happy all the time. I think we're supposed to be sacrificial and to think of our kids in the long run, and sacrifice your own happiness for them is what I'm starting to learn now.
Okay. Well, certainly I think ideally what you would do is try to dedicate more of your time to the business as it currently is, assuming you all's marriage is okay and you're not looking for some way to get your chips up so you can leave. If you are happily where you are, I would recommend that to be first, okay? I would recommend that to be the first thing you do, because splitting your attention is never really a great thing in that regard. And if what he's doing is working, why would you not just simply invest in that more, unless you have some reason you wouldn't want to? Now, otherwise, if you did want to go in a different direction, I'm not saying necessarily that you can't. The only thing you really have to do is talk it over with him. Have you actually had this conversation with him before about, discussing what other options would be?
Yeah, we wanted to expand. We even thought about doing it together. We both think about it, and it's just a matter of I'm just concerned, like, once the kids get older, what am I going to do? I don't want to just not have like a passion of mine, but I understand how much time and effort it is to raise kids properly, not just put them in front of the TV or something. It takes a lot of work.
Okay, well, I would recommend, like I say, if first and foremost, talk to him. I mean, is he an unreasonable person to talk to in that regard, or is this just something you didn't want to bring to him? No, I wanted to get a different opinion, and just to I've told a few people about your show and stuff, and I really recommend it to anybody, because it really opens your eyes as women, and what you're. Well, first and foremost here, I don't know why you all would be worried about that, but there's no reason you shouldn't talk to him. Because first of all, let me be very, very clear about this. I thank you very much for the respect that you have for my opinion, but let me be very, very, very clear. He is your head of household, not Jason Black. I will never be the head of your household. I think you're a great person. That's wonderful. But let's be very, very clear. In the pecking order in your household, he comes first. Not me, not the pastor, not your father. So first and foremost, I got to tell you, I would much prefer that I be the third or fourth person you talk to. He is your husband. He ain't your boyfriend. He ain't your baby daddy. He's your husband. He should be the first person in everything. He's the shot caller on everything. So he shouldn't be the third or fourth person you talk to. He should be the first person. And then Only as a last resort, you talk to anybody else. Well, let me just be very, very clear that I solidify this for you. If you like my program and what I said before, then hear this. He is the head of your household. He's the boss. He is your man. He is your husband. So first and foremost, everything got to go through him, including anything you hear from me, by the way. That got to be cleared through him. So even after you get off the phone with me, you still got to go back to him and go clear this. And don't go up there talking about, well, Jason said X, Y, Z. You can just say, well, let me talk to you about this. But he's the boss. He's the top of the food chain. So no matter what you hear from anybody, you got to get that cleared through him. Because even if what you do works out gangbusters, no matter which direction you go in, how do you think he would feel knowing that suggestion or whatever came from somebody else and did not get cleared through him? Think about that for a few moments. That would be emasculating, even if it works out, even if everything goes fine. You want to talk about would be, you're not following protocol. You're going outside the chain of command. You want to talk about what would be disrespectful as far as he's concerned. What would be insubordination is doing this without clearing this through him, period. So more than anything else, the most important thing is this conversation needs to be happening with him. Now, if there's something beyond that, it's like a specific thing here. Hey, how can I get a loan? Lawyer, something like that. Okay, then we can go talk to a Jason Black. But as far as what you're talking about there, I don't see any reason why you should be going elsewhere for that as far as where your energies go. So what he's doing with the business, I would talk to him about that first and see if there's anything you can do to help increase that. If there is, then y'all sit down and hammer that out. That would be my first suggestion. If there isn't, if he's like, I don't really see how we can get to 150 from here, I'm pretty much maxed out, then you can be like, okay, well, we can always use more money because that's why they call it money. What do you think about me doing this over here? And then, because he's already making 100,000, I'll be damned if he can't help you make 50,000. Come on. So, like I say, I'm sure he'll be open to that as far as that's concerned. But I would start there. So ask him what you can do to help his business first, as in line with your goals. Hey, how can we add another $40,000, $50,000 to it? If it's feasible, go that way. If it just isn't, then tell him, hey, how can we sit down and make this increase from there, and then see where you go from there. That's the proper protocol there.
That sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, and please do give us a call back. I'd like to hear how things go.
Thank you.
All right. Absolutely. No, I talk to everybody. Trust me, this is what you all were looking for here. The people call me about that. I talk to everybody. I don't care where they are. It's no problem here. It's no problem here. And they come to the right place. You're not talking to somebody who's guessing their way through it. So, no. The advice you get here will be reliable. It'll be competent, and I'll have no problem standing by every word that is stated in that regard. So that's not an issue about that. Let the other folks run from that. Now, I got somebody I do want to give a call here because they've had a lot to say. So, by all means, let me make sure that they have an opportunity to weigh in on that. We wouldn't want you to get lost in the shuffle there. So, Miss Marset, by all means here, let's make sure that you are available for that. So, hang on to your hats here. I'm sure she's got a lot to say in that regard, and we're going to give her every opportunity to weigh in on that. So let's go ahead and see if we can get her on the line here, and she can go ahead and give us her insights about that. Wake up, wherever you are.
Hi, hello, good night.
Hello, Marset. You've had a whole lot to say tonight. You have speakers going on behind you.
I just jumped in and I was just having a little fun, because I heard like 2 minutes before I commented.
Okay. Turn off the speakers, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm on regular phone.
Okay. First of all, let me find out here. How old are you, Marset?
I will be 58 on the 16th.
Congratulations.
Yes, I'm excited.
You've
I
given
love my age.
I'm glad to hear that here. What does your husband think?
I don't have a husband, but I have a 22-year-old son who lives in Boston.
Okay.
I'm in Trinidad.
Oh, you're in Trinidad right now.
I'm in Trinidad, yeah. Of Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay. And
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that there in Trinidad and Tobago here. Shouldn't y'all be doing a little bit more here? What do you think about the fact that all these women out here today are getting to your age and ain't married, Marcette? What the hell's going on?
Well, I have never been married, but
You have a son.
yeah. And that's why I only have one child, because I was
That's
not
enough.
prepared to have more than one children without a mate.
Okay, but how can a woman, what in the world makes a woman think that she can have a child without having a husband?
I don't know, because I grew up
You
with
don't
a mother
know.
and father that were very happy. So you're asking the wrong person.
Okay, you
Yeah.
grow
But I-
whoa. You grew up in a married home. So
Happy.
right, you
I had a
grew up
happy
in
childhood.
okay, ma'am, you grew up in a married 2-parent home. And yet
Yes.
you did not consider that to be a requisite for your own child?
I think because I grew up in a happy home, I was not ready to settle for something other than what I saw my parents had. So I think in a way it was kind of not so, you know what I mean? It was not easy to me to accept. Not that I had wonderful boyfriends, no bad people that I'm ducking from. As a matter of fact, I'm friends with them still. But I
I'm
just
glad to
wasn't
hear
ready
that.
to have something that I saw my parents was ready to.
Okay, let's
what they had.
but Marcette, okay, we're kind of wandering here, but my real thing is your parents, did they have children out of wedlock, ma'am?
No.
Okay, now let's go back to you. So you grew up with an example of a family that did it the right way, and yet their daughter said, y'all can kiss my ass, let me go off into barbarism. And I'm just curious, how is it that you were raised with folks who did it the right way, and you decided, yeah, y'all can go suck eggs. I'm going to go off and see if I can do it the uncivilized way. I'm just trying to figure out, how did you end up there? You had a much better example.
Well, I ended up there actually because I have to, in retrospect now, I realize I lived my life in limbo. I left Trinidad when I was 21 to go to the States to study. So while I was there, of course, I have plans of returning home. So I'm not looking for a serious relationship. I had a relationship. He had Trinidad roots. So I thought that was safe, that if I wanted to come back home, he would think of it. So basically, I spent a lot of my time living in limbo, putting off a serious relationship because I wanted to go back home. And then when I came back home,
but the example,
like,
okay, but I'm going back here again. Marcette, once again, let me try this again. You had a much better example that you were raised under. You were not raised under the example of what you did. So why is it that was not what you grew up seeing? And you said what I saw, I am just going to disregard that altogether and descend into barbarism. I'm going to ask again, how is it that you ended up with no regard and no value for the 2-parent example that you grew up with?
Because I felt I could do a good job, and I did. Because my son is very happy, and he keeps thanking me all the time.
Okay, Marcette, do you realize that? Do you realize that's a very sick mentality you just expressed? That's a very female sick mentality. That's a mentally and emotionally sick mentality.
Your opinion.
That's not my opinion. No, that's not an opinion. Did your son grow up with his father in the home? Ma'am, nobody's riling you up right here. I'm just reminding you this is some of that Caribbean barbarism. How is your son going to be a man when he doesn't have a man in the home every day for his example?
Because he had examples of them.
In the home every day? Let's try this again. You're not hearing too well because your barbarism's getting in the way. Where was the man in the home every day as his daily example?
There was not There was not a man.
Okay,
in the house
then
every
you
day.
failed. Then you
Yes.
failed because you're a
But
woman,
you're
and a
assuming-
woman cannot
you're
raise a
assuming
man.
That every man is a man.
No,
Every
ma'am.
man
No,
is not a
no.
man.
But you're
So
not
the
a
fact that
man.
you have a male in the home doesn't mean that he's a man.
Okay, but you're the
So
one
I
who chose
to
him.
not have a male in the house.
But you chose
I
him.
chose to not have a male.
But you got
absent
pregnant by
of
him.
a male.
Okay,
was
but you
better
got
than-
pregnant by him. So you
Right.
chose to get pregnant by him. So whose fault is that?
And that's an interesting word you did. But
Wow,
he was
interesting.
a
So she
planned
didn't say it's
pregnancy. I
factual.
chose to get pregnant.
Okay, so
I
you
asked
chose him.
to have a child.
Okay, so you chose a
And
guy
he
who
gave me
wasn't
a
good
child.
enough to be a husband.
We were not. He was a wonderful guy, wonderful man.
Okay, but he wasn't
and
wonderful enough to be a
we
husband.
would not have had a happy home.
But you
We
already
were
said
not-
that he wasn't wonderful enough to be a
Yeah.
husband. So you already admitted
No,
that
he
you
was
chose a
not.
failure. That was your choice.
No, he was not. It was my choice.
Right. So
Yes,
you
it
already
was.
failed. So you have nothing to brag on. You should be embarrassed. That's a failure, ma'am.
I'm very
You're supposed to
proud
be
of my son.
embarrassed.
He's a wonderful human being. He is happy. He keeps telling me, "Mommy, I'm so happy."
We
Oh my
can't
God,
take
Mommy.
you, ma'am. We can't
know,
take your
he's
word
happy.
for it, ma'am. Nobody can take your word for it. You can. That's narcissism you're expressing right now. Nobody wants to hear you say that. Of course,
Exactly.
you're gonna say
Brother, I just
you're
said
gonna
I'm
say you
36.
did a great
So at
job.
35, I
All
chose to
abusive
have a child.
parents, ma'am. All abusive parents say they did a great job. So why would anybody listen to you? All abusers say they did a great job. Everybody who screws up says they did a wonderful job. They
But
always
I'm
do
looking
that.
At the product, and the product is my son. So
No,
you can say
no,
what you
we're
want and I
hearing
can say what I
you.
want.
No, we're
But
not.
the
We're not
important-
looking at
the
anything.
important
All we got is
factor here
you
is my
claiming it.
son.
You're
But
just
you
making
don't know me,
claims.
And you don't know my son. My son is
I,
happy.
ma'am, I
And
know
think
exactly
that is
what
more
you're
important
dealing
than
with
what you
there.
could-
We
what
know
you
exactly
think
what you
and
are
what
and
you
what
feel.
you're dealing with. We know exactly
more
what you
important.
are. Yes, we do.
No, my son is not my husband. He's very independent. You hear he's in Boston and I'm in Trinidad.
Wait,
And
ma'am, you don't
I
have a
allowed him to go
man
there
now.
when he finished
You're
school.
50-something
I
years
allowed
old
him
with
to
no
go to
man
Boston.
now. Excuse me, let's be very clear about something. Don't talk over me either. That's how you ended up by yourself. You don't have any ladylike feminine qualities. You're a waste of ovaries.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
let's be
good
very,
night.
very clear about
Wonderful.
that.
My father was a gentleman and you are not.
Ma'am, there's nothing gentleman about that. Your father should have been busting you in the mouth when you were a child. Maybe that would have gotten you a little bit more in line and disciplined, quite frankly. And it is exactly that type of rampant narcissism that is running wild. And yes, you got that right. She's going into her senior citizen years claiming that everything is on the ball. But you know what's not on the ball? There are no husbands. There are no men. There's literally been nobody since then. Since she was in her 30s, there's been nobody who has come to pick up the slack. Think about that for a moment. And let me give a brief reminder here to the females out there that those of you who are raised in two-parent homes and you have no respect and no appreciation for it, that you grew up in a two-parent home and then you're sitting up here gleefully, gladly inflicting a single mother home on your sons and your daughters as if that's some cool stuff to be doing, y'all are really sick. I just got to say that if you were raised in a two-parent home and you're out here bragging about how you gave your children a single-parent home, that's some sick stuff to be doing. You got some real sickness about you. I just want you to understand that that's some really sick stuff to be doing. That you were raised in a two-parent home and you have no appreciation and no regard for it. And it's just screw it. My draws is out here doing everything and then bragging like that's cool. Understand something. Her sickness and illness now has just drowned her. Because guess what? You back in the islands and your son is in the States and ain't nobody there with you. You're 58 years old and alone. Let's be very, very clear. That's why she's sitting in the chat room acting like a child. Yeah, ain't no man gonna take care of nothing like that. So she's drowning in her own sickness and depravity. Drowning in it. And she never had anybody sit up here and tell her the truth before, which is, you're not doing anything great. You had a 2-parent home. What kind of jackass sits up here and takes a 2-parent home and turns it into a single mother home? There's nothing fly about being a single mom. Let's be very, very clear, folks. There is nothing fly and nothing cool about being a single mom. Being a single mom is a drag. Being a single mom is a drag. Being a single mom sucks. Let's be very, very clear. Being a single mom sucks. It stinks being a single mom. There's nothing fun about being a single mom. There's nothing fun about struggling. There's nothing fun about the man who got you pregnant isn't there. Because let's be very, very clear. When a female gets pregnant by a man, she wants to keep him. Let's cut past the bull crap and the lies you tell yourself. Little Miss Trinidad thought. Elderly Trinidad thought. Size 16 and over the hill and done, and dealing with your immature infantile ways. If you got pregnant by a man, it's because you wanted to keep him. When a female gets pregnant by a man, that's the one she wants to keep. And when you fail to be able to keep him, and all you can talk about was he was a great guy, he was wonderful, yeah, he was so great and wonderful, and he didn't want you. He was great and wonderful and left your ass where you are and stuck you with the kid. No, you ain't happy about that. You're sitting up here trying to put on some brave face and pretending like everything's okay. You sitting up here crying your ass to sleep with a bottle of Xanax. Sit your ass down somewhere and stop lying. Tell your son the damn truth. Tell him that you are acting like an infantile child in the middle of the night in the islands because you wish his father or somebody else would see you as worthy of being around. And it never happened. Now you're just a chick, a little old lady in Trinidad who can't have any more children, and you are nobody's option or prime option for anything. And that's why you're up in the middle of the night watching YouTube and there's no man anywhere in sight. There's no man anywhere in sight. You're sitting up in the middle of the night watching infomercials about diced potato machines, but there isn't a man to tuck you in. So you're sitting up here telling yourself lies and fairy tales, and understand something. You're lying to yourself. You just think you're lying to us. You're not lying to us. You're just lying to you. We all see what you are. We can see from your behavior. Damn, your psyche cracked. She's cracked. She's cracked. The nest is empty and she's all alone. Just understand that. The nest is empty and she is by herself and all alone. That isn't fun. That's not fun. There's nothing fun about being a single mom who got dropped off and all you did was a bunch of niggas left you with a bunch of kids and a bunch of bills. And all of your prime years in life were spoken for. Let's go ahead and just be honest about that. There's nothing funny about that. Your prime years in your life got taken and were spoken for. The years of your life where you're supposed to be coming out of this in a better position than you were ever in. Understand something. When a woman's getting into her 50s, she's supposed to be in the best socioeconomic position of her life. She is supposed to be as secure as she can be. She's supposed to know who's going to take care of all the doctor's visits, who's going to take care of anything that gets broken down around the house. She's supposed to know about the car getting taken care of, the lawn getting cut. Everything's supposed to be solidified at this point. That heifer just got off this damn phone, is 58 years old and doesn't know who in the hell's going to get the mail out the mailbox tomorrow. Sitting up here fronting like she got it all together and everybody can see, heifer, you ain't got a damn thing together. Well, take a look at my son. Well, it's a damn shame that your son's doing a hell of a whole lot better than you. And I hope his psyche isn't as cracked up as yours obviously is. There's nothing fun about that. That's not fly. You ain't sitting up here happy to go see your dad with 3 bastard kids in tow. That's not fly. That's not something to be proud of. Spending the rest of your damn life sitting up here embarrassing the family. Because you got a bunch of kids and ain't no man around, so everybody knows that's your get down. Understand, everybody knows there's nothing cool about being the chick that niggas just slide through on. 58 years old and has no wisdom to impart to any of the younger females around her. Just understand that she is a cancer and a disease in Trinidad. And let's just understand she is common and typical of the chicks in Trinidad, in Tobago, in Barbados, in Jamaica, in St. Croix. We can go down the list. She's typical of them. A bunch of little old bit busted, monkey bread built little old women sitting up around here, gassing heads up and telling lies decade after decade. Not telling these young women the truth. Telling them, you know what, baby, it sucks being a single mom. Being a single mom stinks. You're having kids because you have such a bad personality that nobody really wants to fool with you. And rather than get yourself straightened out so that other adults will be able to spend time with you, you end up infantilizing yourself. Because understand that you're a female who gets pregnant in her 20s. You're supposed to be dealing with other adults. And instead, your social circle is an infant. Do you understand how bad off you are in that situation? You're supposed to be a grown woman dealing with other adults, and your social circle consists of children. Children. You're in your damn 50s and your social circle consists of toddlers and children. It infantilizes you. In your damn 50s and you've been infantilized. You're supposed to be relating to other adults, moving on to the next part of life, enhancing your maturity, and instead you are forced to relate to a bunch of kids. Now, if you don't think that stunts your intellectual growth, take a look at the way she was talking. Oh, I'm just having fun. You 58 damn years old. You supposed to be worrying about Geritol and Midol and making sure that you don't throw your damn hip out. Talking about having fun in the chat room, goofing off and playing and saying stupid stuff at 10:30 at night. What the hell? And we can all see what the hell's going on with you. Because ain't no man come along to pick you up in 30 damn years. We can see what the get down is. The nigga that got you pregnant was the last damn train leaving. Ain't that something? That means you were done by 30. You were done. That was it. That was a wrap. You couldn't even get the sex tourists to take you off the market. And then gonna sit up here and lie like that was fly, that was fun, that you really didn't have any problem pissing off your prime years in your life. You didn't have any problem pissing them away. You were cool with that. See, this is the type of broken, broad-ass advice that these young women out here get. Crazy little old ladies like that calling up and sitting up here telling these young females that that's the life. Go have your fun with a bunch of bastard kids hanging off of you. And go hop from one Section 8 apartment to another. And the quality of the males, the first guy you got pregnant by wasn't worth a damn. And it's just going to be a diminishing, descending slope from there. The first guy you got was working at Circle K. The next guy ain't even employed. And it just gets worse from there. And she's sitting up here telling you that that's hot girl summer. Go have your fun. Did you all see what I mean by about these older females sit up here and sabotage the younger ones? Now, she knows full damn well it didn't work for her. It wasn't fun. She didn't like it. She didn't enjoy it. It broke her psyche. She's sick as a dog. She ain't got a damn thing to show for it at 58 years old, and she has no problem telling an 18-year-old, you go do the same thing. Yeah, you know why? Because her son has got the hell away from her and got as far as he could be without being on Elon Musk's rocket to Mars. So, of course, she's going to try to sabotage every female around her, especially the young, because the older ones know she's lying, so she can't tell that lie to them. She's going to try to sabotage the young ones and see if she can get some of them young gals to be stuck and busted, and as they get older, they're going to be stuck in the same damn neighborhood with her. Misery doesn't just love company, it cultivates it. And she knows what she's saying is a lie. She knows her life is miserable. Y'all ain't never met a happy 58-year-old single mom. Nowhere. You had a bunch of girls call up tonight talking about their mamas are single, bitter, old, miserable. Now the men have moved on and are doing a whole lot better, and the kids are like, yeah, we don't even fool with her like that. And that chick just got off the phone. She's living proof. Take a look at them. They sit up here and descend into these localized psychoses. And I bet you that heifer can tell you every show that comes on Cartoon Network, but she cannot tell you the last time that a man spent any meaningful time with her. And there's nobody offering. Ain't nobody offering to see her out and take care of her for the rest of her life. Nobody. No one anywhere. She missed the last train. She doesn't even have anybody she can go back to. Tonight's program is about how these women get older and they don't have anyone to go back to. Kim K is trying to get back with Kanye. Jada Pinkett is trying to hold on to Will Smith. J-Lo is trying to get back with Ben Affleck. But most of you chicks out here, y'all are going to be sitting up here and hoping that some nigga somewhere will answer the phone. And that's why the first caller who called tonight, 30 years old, she was with this dude and it's just like, oh hell, hey boo. I know we was in high school together, but let me keep you in this back pocket. Is he going to answer the phone? Damn, hope we can hold on to it. And these older chicks ain't prepared y'all for a damn thing. Not a damn thing. Think about that for just a few moments. That's the magnitude of wisdom that these young chicks can expect from these older hoes. The older hoes out here trying to actively sabotage them. The older females out here today, and it's not just in America, it's global. Do you all understand how many of them are calling in tonight from the Caribbean? And now they've gotten over here and they're spreading that and whatnot. And you're dealing with a global issue now. These folks have brought failed policies and failed cultural practices, and take a look at what it's done. It certainly hasn't made them happy. They are a hotbed of misery. They're a hotbed of misery, and she doesn't even have the respect for her sons and daughters to at least tell them the truth about what she experienced, to say, don't come here. It's screwed up over here. It's a wasteland. There ain't nothing waiting for you over here. You sit up here and let some dumbass sit up here and get your stupid ass, hot ass pregnant. All you're going to be doing is just being another little stuck little chick who ain't got nothing. That's all you can do. There's nothing worthwhile waiting for you over here. Just a bunch of other little old ladies whose ovaries have stopped producing, who sit around telling each other bullcrap tall tales about how much they've enjoyed their descent into loneliness and isolation and solitude for the last 30 years. That's all they can do now. All they can do is sit up here and talk about how great their descent into isolation has been. That's all they can do. But they can't do anything else. They can't do anything else at all. Sit here and screw up their sons and their daughters, but that's all they can do. So I hope the young females listening to me tonight understand. I hope the young fellas out here listening to me tonight understand. Keep yourself straight. Keep your life focused. Don't let these old folks sit up here and sell you lies. Because they want company. Nobody in their age group wants to fool with them, so they're grabbing you young folk and seeing if they can sabotage you, and you'll be their company as they descend into the grave. Because there's nobody else waiting for them. Anybody they used to know is already gone. Anybody she understand at 58 years old, ain't no niggas from her 20s still fooling with her. Let's just be totally honest about that. She 58 years old, ain't nobody from her damn 30s trying to get with her. She doesn't have anybody to call. She doesn't have anyone to call. Who the hell's gonna deal with some 58-year-old yogurt-built female sitting up here trying to sell them on that? Nobody's looking for that. She doesn't have anybody. The baby daddy ain't trying to wrangle them draws at 58. He's trying to go get him a 28-year-old. The most she can do is go find some 70-year-old at the bar or some drug addict drunk somewhere looking to lay up, but there's nobody looking to part resources and take care of her. That ain't happening. She got to get out here and hustle it and try to jankify it, get it together for herself, but that's all. That's it. Pretending as if we all can't see that. I hope the young folk out here are listening to what you heard here tonight. Y'all are good. Don't let these older folks, and especially these older females, sit up here and lie to you and tell you that that is good for them out here. They are miserable. Anybody who works in the healthcare profession, oh hell yeah, I'm saying it all now. Anybody who works in the healthcare profession, you know damn well y'all are sitting up here taking care of a bunch of little old lonely isolated people. You know that. Anybody who works at a hospital, the women heading towards their 60s, ain't nothing popping. Ain't nothing good going on. Get the hell out of here. Ain't nothing good going on. Even their house shoes are wore the hell out. There's nothing good going on there. They're sitting up here acting like it's really fly out here. We're 58 years old watching reruns of Bob Barker and The Price is Right. There's nothing fun about that. They're miserable because they were expecting that at some point they'd be able to double back and get one of those men to say yes, and nobody did. Because you spent your life being something that no one would want to keep. And you were too difficult for too long. And take a look at her, 58 years old, and she is no different at 58 than she was at 28. She is every bit of a disciplinary problem. She doesn't even have the intellectual honesty with herself to sit here and say, yeah, you know what? I was an embarrassment to my family. How do you expect a man to make you a wife when you're 58 years old and you still have no respect for what it means to be a wife? You still don't see that as an honor and a privilege, and you're expecting a man to sit up here and invest in you? And you know it's not going to happen. But in her case, she can talk that crap. She knows she's already a goner. She's already on death row. They've already shaved her head like Mr. Clean, and she's already had her last rites. She's not expecting anything else, so she's like, hell, what you gonna do to me? I've already lost it all. I want you all to understand how fatalistic that is. Take a look at how fatalistic these people are now. Because she knows at 58, that's it, the game is over. The game's over. She knows there's nothing else coming, and she knows it. That's why she's sitting there talking crazy now. How you going to punish her? You're going to deny her a husband? Hell, she lost that at 28. You're going to deny her a retirement? She's already there. What are you going to take from her? She already lost it all. She lost the respect of her parents. She lost the respect of her children. She never had the respect of the men. Everybody was just laying up on her. What are you going to take from her? She's like, hell, I'm already done. I'm already fried. What you gonna do to me? What you gonna take to me? I'm 58 and done. A big fat sack of potatoes at 58. I'm done. What you gonna take from me? What you gonna take from me? So I want you to ask yourselves if that's where you want to end up. Is that where you want to be? Do you want to be in that situation yourself where you didn't pay attention to that, where you're going to be at the age of 30 or 35? Yeah, because you'll be at the age of 30 trying to see, like the first call of the night, is trying to see if you can double back. Can I get them to answer the phone while I was fooling around and messing off my 20s? Can I get them to answer the phone? I'm 30 years old trying to double back. 35 years old, can I double back? 40 years old trying to double back. At least the 30-year-old tonight, she's grabbing that fellow while he's still stupid. No offense. She's grabbing him while he still got the wool over his eyes. Hey, grab him while before he wakes up and realizes he can do better. Grab him before he has a chance to think this over and changes his mind. Because that 58-year-old chick, she wasted her 30s. That was the last train leaving. At least she could have grabbed somebody then. Maybe, potentially, I don't know, because she comes from a much smaller place. See, here's the problem with them chicks out there in them Caribbean islands and whatnot. The problem is those places are much smaller. So when you get a messed up rep out there, niggas know immediately. See, there's the real problem. You come from a small place, so the word gets around quick. It's like being in a small town in America. You're in a rural small town. Everybody knows you out there and whatnot. If your vagina resume is all marked up and screwed up, niggas know immediately. See, that's why they sit up here and do that. So you don't get to really get out there and get to redeem yourself. You're from a small place where everybody knows your rep. So you don't get to redeem yourself. You don't get to do that. That's why they send their kids to New York and whatnot, because they tell themselves, well, New York's a big place. How could they possibly find out your rep? Problem, all of y'all tend to go to the same neighborhoods. So you end up in a neighborhood in a big city, but the neighborhood is basically a small place. Your rep gets around there too, so you can't get away from it. No, it's a small world. It's a small world. And your rep is going to outrun you. And your mama told you ain't got to worry about that, okay? You can go listen to that old heifer if you want to. I'm just telling you right now here, it's a bunch of y'all who are thinking you're going to double back. And don't you understand? Even your celebrities are out here trying to double back at record numbers. These women are the top of the top, and they don't have those options. How the hell you think you're going to be 32 years old and going to sit up here and be a disciplinary problem? But let's just be totally honest. The real reason you're a disciplinary problem is because you've given up on yourself, because even you understand the phone has stopped ringing. I'm talking to the younger chicks. I'm talking to the ones who are 24 years old and younger, who haven't gotten a bunch of kids and a bunch of tattoos and screwed yourself off yet. I'm talking to the ones that there's still a chance for you. You better ignore these old heifers. You better ignore these older women, the ones in their late 20s and their 30s, much less the 40-plus crowd. You just ignore the 40-plus crowd altogether unless they're telling you don't listen to what we out here doing. Y'all better do better than this, because all they want are a bunch of young chicks who are going to screw themselves up and keep them company while they're all sitting around the little old granny circuit there and whatnot. When they finally get too damn old and too damn embarrassing to walk into the club, to go to the store, they're all going to go pile up at church. By the way, the biggest sluts in the world all end up there at church with a pastor who was probably sleeping with all of them too when they were younger, and telling themselves there's a chance. There is no doubling back, people. Just understand there's not enough of them to do that. And even for the ones who allow you to double back, they're wise to it when you show up there. The deal that you will get when you attempt to double back will be nowhere near as nice as the one you originally were being offered. Ladies, the deal that you're going to get if you attempt to double back will be nowhere near as good as the one you were offered the first time. When you go to a place to get a job and they offer it to you and whatnot, and they tell you start Monday and you say great, and then you don't show up Monday, you're a no-show, and then you tell them, oh, I think there's a better job that'll hire me down the street and whatnot. Yeah, but you didn't get the better job yet. You put in an application, you go down there for the better job, and they tell you, yeah, we decided not to hire you either. Yikes, then you think you're going to go double back to the first job again. While you were sitting down there putting in the second application to this other place, the first job was already hiring somebody else for the job. So even if they do allow you to get hired on, what they're going to offer you when you come back is going to be nowhere near as nice as what they were offering you the first time. Well, guess what? That's the way it is for the men today, too, ladies. If you think you're going to double back because your jaw was made of gold, y'all need to stop listening to these rappers and whatnot sit up here and deceive y'all and bamboozle y'all. Y'all need to quit listening to these soap operas and social media sit up here and feed your ass a bunch of fantasy talk. You're not going to get a better offer. The offer you get when you attempt to double back is going to be way worse than the first one you're offered. But guess what? There's going to be a bunch of y'all out here who are going to be in your 40s and whatnot, and get ready for your side chick position. And I'm talking about a side chick position where you get seen every once in a while. You do not get priority. Let's be very, very clear. Ain't nobody handing out secondhand top priority status. There's a bunch of you who think you're going to get priority status the second time around. Not happening. Not happening. And that old broad who just got off the phone is proof of that. She's proof of that. You'll be a little old lady sitting up here comparing damn me bread recipes and getting together milk formula to feed the neighborhood cats. That's not going to satisfy you. Nothing takes the place of a man. Biologically, as a female, there is no substitute for a man for you. There's no substitute for a man. Notice she was on the phone talking about her son. Was I the only one who picked up that Oedipal energy? Oh, hell, did I just say it? Yeah, I said it. Was I the only one who picked up that Oedipal complex energy? She kept talking about her son, how great her son is. Yeah, nothing takes the place of a man. Nothing is going to take the place of a man. No matter how hard you try, no matter what you tell yourself, no matter what you think, at the end of the day, when you're sitting in the darkness and you're all by yourself and you have to review your life, you know what you're thinking. Damn, I wish I had a man here. If you're new here to the business, welcome to the program that laid the foundation upon which all of these critical philosophies are espoused. These are not opinions. These are hardcore facts. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. I'm looking at doing the skilled trades workshop tomorrow. So I don't know if it'll be on YouTube or Patreon. I'm going to make up my mind here in a little while to see where that's going to be at. But definitely be looking for that. It's going to be a great broadcast for people to have here. So be looking out for that as well. If you haven't signed up for the Patreon, by the way, you definitely want to do that. The stuff that's not allowed to be on YouTube and things that allow you to talk to me one-on-one for extended lengths of time, that's definitely where it goes down. So check that out as well. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, and all. Thank you very much as well here. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.